Last come to order, members will be at their seats. The clerk has opened the roll. You may record your presence. Please rise and give your attention to our House chaplain and remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance led by Representative Ballard.
Let us pray, please. Almighty God, we thank you for this day, Ash Wednesday, in the beginning of a period of repentance, fasting, reflection, and ultimately celebration. Be with our leaders today as they continue to discuss and decide on several different resolutions and bills. As they work together in a spirit of bipartisanship, enable each one to differentiate strength from power, growth from greed, leadership from dominance, and real greatness from the trappings of grandeur. Continue to give them wisdom and clarity. In Christ's name I pray, amen.
Have all members had the opportunity to record their presence? The clerk will close the roll and record the attendance. The speaker recognizes Representative Buchanan on point of personal privilege.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We'll see if my voice can make it through this, guys. So today I want to introduce you to a medical miracle. This is Chad Lorenz, along with his wife, Laura, and daughter, Autumn, from Beloit. Chad was born with a congenital heart defect, bicuspid aortic stenosis, which was diagnosed when he was in junior high. He was cleared to participate in cross country in high school, at which time he fell in love with running. After high school, college, getting married, a baby, and several moves, he started competitive running, biking, and adventure racing. His heart checked out regularly in DOT physicals required for his job. That all changed in the summer of 2015 when his heart valve declined. He was referred to a cardiologist who was astonished to learn the speed and distance Chad was running. After evaluation at KU Hospital at the age of 33, he underwent open heart surgery to replace his aortic valve with a mechanical valve, along with correcting an aortic aneurysm. Chad recovered from surgery and started running again. He was monitored closely by his local physician and his cardiologist, and he was doing phenomenal. That all changed on March 5th, 2017, as he was out for his normal morning long run. He suddenly collapsed into a ditch. A passing car witnessed the collapse, stopped to find him unresponsive, without a heartbeat, and he wasn't breathing. They started CPR, and when the ambulance arrived, it took 3 shocks to restart his heart. He was taken to the local hospital and then a life flight to KU Hospital. He had suffered a widowmaker heart attack and full-on cardiac arrest. Following a stent procedure, he began the tough work of recovery. 6 days later, Chad and his family were on the way back home. A few weeks later, Chad and his family got to meet the complete strangers who happened to be driving by and became a major part of Chad's story. They are like family today. To everyone's amazement, Chad started running again during his cardiac rehab. A little over a year later, he competed in the 2018 Sunflower State Games, where he competed in the 800-meter and 1,500-meter, winning first in both for his age group. A short time later, he was named the Sunflower State Games Athlete of the Year, Male Athlete of the Year, and was later honored by the national organization at the National Congress of State Games He was named the Adult Male Athlete of the Year. Chad continues to run today, competing in various events throughout the state, along with coaching his daughter and other youth in track and field. This shortened version of Chad's life story is an inspiration to us all. Please join me in congratulating Chad, Laura, and Autumn for winning at life. We wish you much happiness with your beautiful beating heart. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I ask my words be spread across the journal.
Without objection, so ordered. Introduction of bills and concurrent resolutions. The clerk will read.
House Bill number 2730 by the Committee on Taxation, an act concerning sales taxation relating to exemptions, registered charitable organizations.
Introductions of original motions and House resolutions. The clerk will read.
House Resolution number 6037 by Representative Williams, a resolution recognizing the week of February 24th, 2020 as National Public Schools Week. Whereas National Public Schools Week honors 50.8 million students, 3.2 million teachers, and hundreds of thousands of specialists, administrators, and support staff working in public schools today. And whereas 9 out of 10 American children attend public schools must provide an environment where all students can succeed in their earliest years, regardless of their background. Whereas great public schools are necessary to ensure that students have inviting classrooms, school libraries with up-to-date resources, and well-prepared educators. Educators include teachers, paraprofessionals, principals, who provide a well-rounded curriculum and foster a joy for learning in their students. Whereas the nation's public schools should maintain class sizes that allow students to have one-on-one attention and access to support support services such as healthcare, nutrition, and after-school programs. Whereas local, state, and federal lawmakers should prioritize support for strengthening the nation's public schools and empower local education leaders to manage and lead school districts in partnership with educators, parents, and other local education stakeholders and learning communities. Whereas every child has the right to receive an education that helps them reach their full potential and attend schools that offer a high-quality educational experience. Whereas students, teachers, and professionals continue to make public schools a vital part of the nation's success. Nationwide, parents and communities are working hard every day to improve educational outcomes for public school students. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the House of Representatives of the State of Kansas that the House of Representatives recognizes the week of February 24th, 2020 as National Public Schools Week.
On H.R. 6037, the chair recognizes Representative Williams for a motion to adopt the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good morning, body. We'd like to invite any of our members who have served in public schools as teachers, as counselors, administrators, or other support services to join us at the well. What a group. In honor of National Public Schools Week, we are happy to recognize our public schools and their teachers and staff that make a positive impact on so many of our students' lives. In Kansas, we have 286 school districts, 1,300 schools or attendance centers, 475,000 students, over 26,000 teachers, and approximately 43,000 employees. For each life that is represented, from the teachers that stay late creating inspiring lesson plans to support staff providing much needed hugs, high fives, and kind words, we thank you. Your passion for kids and your profession is to be commended and honored today and every day. So on this day, Mr. Speaker, I move that we pass resolution number HR H6037 in honor of National Public Schools Week, and I ask that my words be spread across the journal.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The motion carries and the resolution is adopted. Without objection, so ordered. Motions of a previous day. The time has arrived to vote on a motion by Representative Parker to withdraw House Bill 2148 from the Committee of Commerce, Labor, and Economic Development and place it on general orders. As a reminder, this motion takes 70 votes to adopt. This is a division vote. The clerk will open the roll and you may vote. Seeing 15 hands, roll call vote is in order. Has everyone had the opportunity to vote? The clerk will close the roll and take the tally. Does any member wish to change their vote? Representative Sutton votes no. Further changes? 44 in favor, 79 against. We're going to pause for a second. Was it 80? That's right. 45 voted in favor and 80 against. The motion fails. Representative Thomas would like to change his vote to no. So 44 in favor, 81 against. The motion fails. The clerk will record the vote. Final action on bills and concurrent resolutions. The clerk will read.
House Bill number 2428 by Representative Dietrich, an act concerning the Board of Technical Professions relating to license fees, promulgation of rules and regulations.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2428. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Representative Moore votes aye. Further changes? The 120 voted in favor and 5 against the passage of House Bill 2428. The same have received a constitutional majority. The bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. Final action, the clerk will read.
House Bill number 2438 by Representative Concanon, an act concerning the State Child Death Review Board relating to confidentiality of records and exceptions.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2438. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? 125 voted in favor and 0 against the passage of House Bill 2438. The same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. Final action, the clerk will read.
House Bill number 2452 by the Committee on Financial Institutions and Pensions, an act concerning retirement and pensions relating to the Kansas Police and Firemen's Retirement System, providing certain spousal and children's benefit for death resulting from service-connected disability.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2452. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? With 125 voted in favor and 0 against the passage of House Bill 2452, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. Final action, the clerk will read.
House Bill number 2456 by the Committee on Corrections and Juvenile Justice, an act concerning crimes, punishment, and criminal procedure relating to definitions in the Kansas Criminal Code, possession.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2456. The clerk will open the roll. You may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? With 124 voted in favor and 1 against the passage of House Bill 2456, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. Final action, the clerk will read.
House Bill number 2462 by the Committee on Agriculture, an act concerning agriculture relating to the Kansas Department of Agriculture Division of Conservation.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2462. The clerk will open the roll, and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? 125 voted in favor and 0 against the passage of House Bill 2462. The same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. Final action, the clerk will read.
House Bill number 2463 by the Committee on Agriculture, an act concerning agriculture relating to pesticides, the licensure of persons supplying pesticides, the permitting of persons utilizing chemigation.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2463. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? With 125 voted in favor and 0 against the passage of House Bill 2463, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. Final action, the clerk will read.
House Bill number 2464 by the Committee on Agriculture, an act concerning agriculture relating to eggs, repacking requirements for retailers.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2464. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? 121 voted in favor, 4 against the passage of House Bill 2464. The same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. Final action, the clerk will read.
House Bill number 2469 by the Committee on Corrections and Juvenile Justice, an act concerning crimes, punishment, and criminal procedure relating to terminal medical release, criteria for release.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2469. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? With 120 voted in favor and 5 against the passage of House Bill 2469, they same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. Final action, the clerk will read.
House Bill number 2470 by the Committee on Corrections and Juvenile Justice, an act concerning crimes, punishment, and criminal procedure relating to certified drug abuse treatment programs, supervision, and jurisdiction.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2470. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? 125 voted in favor and 0 against the passage of House Bill 2470. The same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. Final action, the clerk will read.
House Bill number 2479 by the Committee on Insurance, an act concerning insurance relating to the Corporate Governance Annual Disclosure Report pertaining to filing procedures, required contents, codifying the National Association of Insurance Commissioners' Corporate Governance Model Regulation into statute.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2479. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? The 125 voted in favor, 0 against the passage of House Bill 2479. The same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. Final action, the clerk will read.
House Bill number 2480 by the Committee on Insurance, an act concerning insurance relating to Long-Term Care Insurance Act, updating the definition of long-term care insurance.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2480. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? With 125 voted in favor, 0 against the passage of House Bill 2480, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. Final action, the clerk will read.
House Bill number 2495 by the Committee on Corrections and Juvenile Justice, an act concerning the Crime Victims Compensation Board relating to applications for compensation, mental health counseling.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2495. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? 125 voted in favor, 0 against the passage of House Bill 2495. The same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. Final action, the clerk will read.
House Bill number 2496 by the Committee on Corrections and Juvenile Justice, an act concerning driver's licenses relating to replacement driver's licenses, court services, and community corrections agencies, issuance of identification certificate.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2496. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? 125 voted in favor and 0 against the passage of House Bill 2496. The same had received a constitutional majority. The bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. Final action, the clerk will read.
House Bill number 2503 by the Committee on Appropriations, an act concerning retirement and pensions relating to the Kansas Public Employees Retirement System, eliminating certain level dollar employer contribution payments, making concerning appropriations for the fiscal year ending June 30, 2020, authorizing certain transfers from the State General Fund to the Kansas Public Employees Retirement Fund.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2503. The clerk will open the roll. You may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? 125 voted in favor and 0 against the passage of House Bill 2503. The same have received a constitutional majority. The bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. Final action, the clerk will read.
House Bill number 2507 by Representatives Tarwater, Blex, and others, an act concerning high school work-based learning programs, liability for students and businesses.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2507. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Representative Woodard votes aye. Any further changes? Representative Bishop votes aye. Representative Representative Ballard votes aye. Representative Finney votes aye. Representative Carlin votes aye. Representative Hopelson votes aye. Any further changes? 97 voted in favor, 27 against, and 1 present. The same having received the constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. Final action, the clerk will read.
House Bill number 2516 by the Committee on Rural Revitalization, an act establishing the First-Time Homebuyer Savings Account Act relating to financial institutions, income taxation, providing for addition and subtraction modifications for contributions to first-time homebuyer savings accounts.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2516. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? 123 voted in favor and 2 against the passage of House Bill 2516. The same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. Final action, the clerk will read.
House Bill number 2518 by the Committee on Corrections and Juvenile Justice, an act concerning crimes, punishment, and criminal procedure relating to crimes against persons, domestic battery, prior convictions.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2518. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Representative Woodard votes aye. (125) voted in favor and 0 against the passage of House Bill 2518. The same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. Final action, the clerk will read.
House Bill number 2528 by Representatives Hoheisel, Baker, and others, an act concerning motor vehicles relating to antique vehicles, providing that all vehicles that are more than 35 years old satisfy the definition of antique for registration purposes.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2528. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? 124 voted in favor, 1 against the passage of House Bill 2528. The same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. Final action, the clerk will read.
House Bill number 2546 by Representatives Owen, Croft, and others, an act concerning crimes, punishment, and criminal procedure relating to sex offenses, creating the crime of sexual extortion, offender registration.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2546. The clerk will open the roll, and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Representative Fraunfelter votes aye. 125 voted in favor, 0 against the passage of House Bill 2546. The same having received the constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. Final action, the clerk will read.
House Bill number 2547 by the Committee on Corrections and Juvenile Justice, an act concerning motor vehicles relating to driver privileges, revocation, suspension, or restrictions, fines.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2547. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record the vote? The clerk will close the roll. The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? 125 voted in favor, 0 against the passage of House Bill 2547. The same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will close the roll. Will record the vote. Final action, the clerk will read.
House Bill number 2554 by the Committee on Judiciary, an act enacting the Uniform Fiduciary Incumbent Principal Act, repealing the Uniform Principal and Income Act.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2554. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Representative Kincannon votes aye. 125 voted in favor, 0 against the passage of House Bill 2554. The same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. Final action, the clerk will read.
House Bill number 2587 by the Committee on Judiciary, an act concerning the probate code relating to adoption, venue, agency adoption.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2587. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Representative Lusk votes aye. 124 voted in favor, 1 against the passage of House Bill 2587. The same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. Final action, the clerk will read.
House Bill number 2619 by the Financial Institutions and Pensions, an act concerning retirement and pensions relating to the Kansas Public Employees Retirement System, adjusting the frequency of the actuarial experience study.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2619. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? 118 voted in favor. Representative Helmer votes aye. Representative Hodge votes no. Further changes? With the 118 voted in favor and 7 against the passage of House Bill 2619, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. Clerk will record the vote. Final action, the clerk will read.
House Bill number 2646 by Representative Victors, an act concerning the Attorney General requiring coordination of training on missing and murdered Indigenous people.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2646. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had an opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? 125 voted in favor and 0 against the passage of House Bill 2646. The same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. Final action, the clerk will read.
House Bill number 2699 by the Committee on Judiciary, an act concerning children and minors relating to the revised Kansas Code for Care of Children, children in state custody, court services officer assistance.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2699. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Representative Croft votes aye. Representative Pittman votes aye. Representative Susan Rees votes no. Representative Curtis votes no. Representative Lusk votes no. Representative Clayton votes no. Representative Woodard votes no. Representative Lewis Rees votes no. Representative Alcala votes no. Further changes? Seeing none, 105 voted in favor, 20 against the passage of House Bill 2699. The same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. The chair recognizes Majority Leader Hawkins for a motion to resolve into the Committee of the Whole.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the House resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for the purpose of considering those items under the heading of General Orders.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion carries. The chair appoints Representative Barker to chair the Committee of the Whole.
Good morning, committee. First item that appears today under general orders will be House Bill. Second is coming up. House Bill 2487. For that purpose, the chair recognizes Representative Blake Carpenter for the purpose of carrying the bill. Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. All right, so today we have House Bill 2487. This bill was brought to me by a social worker in the Derby Public School Systems. It is a simple bill. We all know that it's typically the simplest bills that we end up getting hung up on. Needless to say, what we are doing is we are changing a term within the K-12 education system, changing it from emotional disturbance or emotionally disturbed to emotional disability. These are children who have anxiety, depression, and other forms of, I guess what you could say is that the emotional disturbance is kind of an umbrella, and then all these other subcategories fall underneath it. And so I've been working with this social worker for quite a while now. I put a document on your desk that kind of details all the steps that her and I have taken this past year with the Kansas Department of Education. We've also talked to the federal government as far as the Department of Education goes. And ultimately, they pretty much said the ability to change the term is up to the state, as long as we do not change anything as far as reporting-wise to the federal government, as long as we label it the same. Other states have already taken this step and done this process. The Individuals with Disability Education Act, which is called IDEA, does need to be redone at the federal level, and so hopefully when they do that at the federal level, they'll go ahead and change this term to something that's better. And so in the meantime, we're seeking to change it to emotional disability. One of the reasons is because this social worker has said that she has talked to parents about labeling their children as emotionally disturbed, and that these parents have decided not to get school benefits because of that labeling. And so ultimately, her hope is that with emotional disability, that parents will go ahead and seek to have this, get the benefits that their child deserves. The Kansas SEAC, which is the Kansas Special Education Advisory Council, in January is the one that came up with the term emotional disability. Along with, there's a whole bunch of stakeholders within the education community that all came together and tried to figure out what was the best term to replace emotionally disturbed with. And so these entities were the Kansas Association of Psychologists, the Kansas School Social Worker Association, the Kansas School Mental Health Advisory Council, and the State Intricacy Coordinating Council as well. And ultimately, I can go a lot further into this, and if I need to. But again, we're not changing any of the funding. We're not changing anything that's tied to it. We're not changing the description. We are simply changing the term that the social workers and other school personnel will use when labeling these students to emotional disability instead of emotionally disturbed. With that, Mr. Chair, I will stand for questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Does any member desire to speak to the bill? Chair recognizes Representative Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have an amendment. No. One of the things that you hear early on is beware of the term simple bill or simple amendment. This actually is a simple bill. All it does is change terminology. It doesn't affect benefits. It doesn't affect eligibility. It would be like if in law it said Republican Party and we brought an amendment to change it to GOP. You would still be who you are. We just would call you something a little different. And that's what this bill does. And I would ask that you support House Bill 2487.
Thank you. Any other members wish to speak to the bill? I have none listed. Representative Carpenter, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that when the House rises and reports, that it reports House Bill 2487 favorably for passage.
Thank you. You have heard the motion of Representative Carpenter. All in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. Appears to the chair the ayes have it. The ayes do have it. The motion passes. Next will be House Bill 2509. For that purpose, carrying the bill, the chair will recognize Representative Burquest.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Wanted to have the opportunity to say the bill is short. The bill is short. There were no amendments, and the bill that we're considering, 2509, is to vacate lots in the city of Americus that were dedicated in the mid-1800s for a college. There hasn't been one developed there for the last 160 years. Representative Schreiber brings this to us, and the League of Municipalities is the only testifying agency in this bill. They are proponents. There were no neutral written or spoken opponents, and or any negative. This is a cleanup for them to be able to have this piece of land for their own use. This bill will give them clear access to use this land and disposition it as the city government chooses. I'll stand for questions.
Is there any member that wishes to speak to the bill? The chair recognizes Representative Schreiber.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The speaker to the bill explained it correctly. Americus lies within my district. I introduced the bill on their behalf. They do want to clear the restrictions off the 2 blocks, one for a college and one for a park, so that they can develop it. But I think I'm going to start a rumor here that they may want to commemorate the 1961 Americus Indians High School state basketball champ, who one of our fellow colleagues, representative from Labette County, was on. And what I understand is he was the one that stole the ball and threw it to one of his teammates that scored the winning bucket when they won overtime, 64-63, I believe, against Overbrook, to claim the state championship for the Americus Indians. So I don't know if they'll build a coliseum to him for this, but certainly they could have enough land for that. But I do appreciate any support you can have for this bill. It's important to the small city of Americus. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there further discussion? The chair recognizes Representative Curtis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, colleagues. We heard this bill in House Local Government Committee, and this land was platted back in the 1800s, as was explained, and so the only way for them to put this land to good use would be for this legislation to move forward. So I encourage your support of this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Carmichael to speak to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As some of you know, our State House, or the land for our State House, was donated to us by Cyrus Holliday and the Atchison, Topeka, and Santa Fe Railway Company. It was subject to a provision on the deed, however, that in the event this land should ever be used for a purpose other than our State House, that the land and all improvements thereon would revert back to the Santa Fe, now known by the profane as the Burlington Northern and Santa Fe Railway. And so I'm a little curious as to why the donor's intent is not being honored by the legislature in this bill. It would seem to me that whoever the good folks were that donated this land to the city for the use, educational use, that if their wishes are not going to be followed, then the heirs ought to receive the land. It should not be appropriated by the city for other uses. And accordingly, I stand opposed to HB 2509. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. For further discussion, the chair recognizes Representative Hodge.
The carrier of the bill, stand for question.
Most certainly.
Good morning. Who is requesting this bill? Is it the city itself?
It is the City of Americus, and the League of Municipality is just acting on their behalf and spoke in favor of it.
And does the City of Americus owns the land? Is that right?
City of Americus, it's part of the city, but it's platted specifically. It's part of the city, but it's platted for the college and the park.
Is there any reason why the city didn't go through the court process to do a quiet title action or a petition to change the plat as opposed to doing a statute here on the House floor?
My understanding is that that was not an option.
Why is that?
That's just my understanding.
Was it cost prohibitive or something?
My understanding that it wasn't a legal option for them to do.
Okay. Did you hear the remarks of the previous representative regarding the possibility of reverter on this issue?
I certainly did. I heard what Cyrus did, and I understand that there was an understanding between those individuals, and this is a different city.
And this isn't Cyrus K. Holliday's donation. This is some other group that donated it to the Americas, right?
It was originally platted in 1857 before they incorporated, and so it was a part of the plat, the original plat.
Okay. And again, my question is, you don't understand why they didn't just do a petition with the court to change the plat?
I just understand that it wasn't a possibility.
Okay. And why did you get any explanation as to why they didn't have the ability to go to court to change the plat?
I didn't ask for one.
Okay. You just went for the legislation, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, this issue probably could be taken care of in the district courts. I don't understand why we have to do a whole statute regarding this, but so that's my comment. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir. For further discussion, the distinguished Speaker Pro Tem Finch.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members of the body, the representative from Emporia, who happens to have Americus in his district, came to see me last year on this issue. We did look at the documents. The city attorney looked at those documents as well and consulted with Mike Heim, the reviser of statutes, who has literally written the book on local government law in this state, and this was his recommended remedy to take care of these lots that have been dedicated. Communities across this state have lots that are dedicated for some purpose over 100 years ago, and at some point that purpose becomes impossible to fulfill. It is unlikely that the small city of Americus is ever going to have a university or a community college or a higher education institution located there on these lots, and at some point they need to be turned to a productive public use, and this bill allows that. It is at the counsel of their local attorney, it is the counsel of the reviser, and I would urge the body's support for this bill to get this done for the city of Americus. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir. I see no further discussion. Anyone else wish to speak to the bill? Seeing none, Representative, you may close.
Thank you. I move that when the committee rises and reports, that they report HB 2509 favorably for passage.
Thank you. You have heard the motion of Representative Request to report 2509 favorably. All in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. Appears to the chair the ayes have it. The ayes do have it. Motion passes. Next item of business. Would be House Bill 2708. For the purpose of carrying 2708, the chair recognizes Representative Owens.
Good morning, friends, colleagues. It's always a pleasure to be back here today carrying this bill. With that, there were no committee amendments, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, you may proceed.
Colleagues, House Bill 2708 comes to the floor today from the Corrections Juvenile Justice Committee. This bill is a product, actually was introduced last year, and we had to spend some time working through it and got all the stakeholders together to work through 2708. 2708 would create a certified drug abuse treatment program for certain persons who enter into a diversion agreement in lieu of further criminal proceedings, and a district attorney may enter into a memorandum of understanding with court services or community correctional services to assist with the supervision and monitoring of persons who have entered into a diversion agreement. You guys may recognize some talk around the Capitol about what was called Senate Bill 123. Senate Bill 123 allows for substance abuse treatment after you receive a felony conviction. Therefore, even if you're successful in your treatment, you have a felony when it's over. What this bill would do is it would allow for low-level offenders who are charged with the possession of a controlled substance or a felony possession, if this is one of their first time in and they fit within the grid, to be able to obtain diversion and substance abuse treatment. With that, I would stand for questions.
Thank you. Is there further discussion? The chair recognizes Representative Heiberger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think that was an excellent description of the bill. I think it had no opponents, and this will help people have access to SB 123 drug treatment without having to have a felony conviction on the record. The only concern I think that was raised was that this could increase the amount of money being spent on SB 123 drug treatment, or it could create a longer waiting list. I encourage you to support this. I would also encourage you to support increased funding for SB 123 drug treatment, because I think it has a great benefit to our communities.
Thank you, Representative. And for further discussion, the chair recognizes Representative Riley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Would the carrier stand for a question?
Would be happy to, sir.
I have visited with a couple of my mental health in my district, and we're wondering why you don't include marriage and family therapists, which are very strong advocates for this. It's not listed in your bill at all.
In what capacity would a marriage or family therapist have to do with drug treatment?
Same kind of a capacity that social workers do. They have, they're licensed to take care of families. They're licensed to take care of abuse. Their background is very similar. Just wondering why they're not in this.
I'm trying to understand what capacity social workers even play in this, because what we're talking about is substance abuse treatment that go through the substance abuse treatment facilities that currently exist and receive treatment for their
and one of my mental health community mental health places is licensed to do drug and alcohol, and so my understanding is they just want to make sure that they are part of that whole big picture, and families are a big picture of this whole thing. So
Sure.
I'm just asking the question,
No, sure.
why they were not included.
Well, there was no exclusion, let me put it that way. And if they want to be a certified substance abuse treatment facility, then there's a process by which they can apply and get certified through the Sentencing Commission, which is the one that actually administers these funds. And assuming they meet those qualifications, they can absolutely become a substance abuse treatment facility.
Okay, that's what we need.
Absolutely, thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion? Chair sees none. Representative Owens, you may close.
All right, thank you very much. And thank you for the questions. I think that this is a great step in the right direction as we get a little bit smarter on the way that we deal with crimes and with defendants. As we are well aware, we have a prison overcrowding problem. We have a jail overcrowding problem. And I think that the solution to that begins with dealing and treating substance abuse, dealing and treating mental health. So you're going to see more of these conversations, but this is a great step in the right direction. And with that, Mr. Chair, I would move that when the committee rises and reports, it report House Bill 2708 favorably for passage.
Thank you. You have heard the motion of Representative Owens to report 2708 favorably. If all those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed, nay. Appears to the chair, the ayes have it. The ayes do have it. Motion passes. The chair would ask Representative Heiberger to take his light off. Representative Heiberger, would you be so kind as to take your light off? Thank you. Next item for business today is House Bill 2506. For that purpose, the chair recognizes Representative Croft.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There were committee amendments. I move the adoption of the committee report.
Thank you. You have heard the motion of the representative to adopt the committee report. All in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. You may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. House Bill 2506 is an expansion of current law establishing procedures for reciprocal operational licenses for military service members, which includes veterans and the military spouses. The expansion is in reducing time for processing and to expand to working professionals that wish to establish a residence in Kansas. Not everyone can afford to wait the 6 months that it takes today. Specifically, it changes the turnaround time for applications from, as I mentioned, up to the 6 months to 15 days for military spouses and service members and 45 days for the others. The bill clarifies that the clock starts when the board receives all the requested and required documents. It recognizes that professionals who desire to move to Kansas retain their knowledge, skills, and experiences when they cross the Kansas border. It mandates a military service member and spouse receive a license and that others may receive a license. Interestingly, the board retains all of its authorities in this process. The bill does highlight that applicants are informed by various boards about the status of their applications in accordance with CAPA, and all licensing boards and occupational licenses are covered under this, except lawyers. I did go to the Attorney General and asked to include lawyers, and I was told that is not under our purview, and so that's why they were exempt before, and that's why they will continue to be exempt. We did address the law enforcement issues, where by law they must be hired first and then certified. We have that in there, so they're not exempt from this bill. One of the key points to this bill, though, is the fact that the bill has a major safety valve. If a licensing board determines that someone is a hazard to the health and safety of the public, they have the authority to not issue a license, regardless if they're qualified or not. And that came up in several of our discussions. The final section has a transparency aspect to it. In conducting research, I found that many of the folks are not implementing the law that we did 5 years ago for the military service members and their spouses. So by having this transparency, they have to report back into 2 committees of the House and 2 committees of the Senate on how they are implementing this bill, so we can ensure that they're doing what we've asked to. As introduced, the bill had a lot of opposition, and I think you guys have all experienced that. The time between the introduction of the bill and the bill being voted out of committee, there were 18 hours of negotiations with all the interested parties, all those in opposition, hearing what they had to say, and we then have a bill that we've now put together as a group effort. All the organizations have moved to a more favorable position. There is still one that is a no, and who said right up front they would be a no, no matter what we did. And we actually included 90% of what they wanted, but they're still a no. So I want to be clear, and I told them I'd be straight with that. What I really appreciate in this process, though, is those that came up in there, that they trusted the fact that the process would happen. And that's what this bill represents, is a process that we went through to develop the bill. Now, there's a fiscal note of $1 million on there, approximately $1 million, which has been basically removed because of how we've changed the reporting requirements and the days. What it would have caused was the Board of Health and Healing Arts, they would have had to go out and get more lawyers, more space, more chairs, more everything. We've eliminated all that, so now the fiscal note is virtually nothing. Listen, we're in a battle for talent. That's the bottom line. A battle for talent is where we are. There's 15 other states that are doing this. But something came out yesterday that I do want to address with everybody. It's kind of important. Yesterday, I received a one-pager from the Pentagon stating that the Air Force is now using reciprocal licensing, how we're working with K-12 and the students as they're coming in, as a marker for when we go around to the next BRAC. I'm not saying there's another BRAC, but what I'm trying to say is bill like this and the others we talked about yesterday start setting the conditions to put us ahead of everybody else to maybe grow our military in this state and not really get it reduced. The bill has passed out of the committees in the House and the Senate unanimously. And I want to tell you, I'm having a little bit of trouble here. I'm pretty vested in this bill, and I understand that for a variety of reasons. One, what we've done, but the aspect of is I've gone through my career and watched my wife, and I've watched other folks, my daughter included, struggle with the fact my daughter was a NICU nurse and then went to the next duty station. She didn't get the choice of going. The Army moved her husband there, and she wasn't able to work because there was no reciprocal licensing. And so now she doesn't work as a NICU nurse because you have to have 3 years experience. She had 3 years where she couldn't do that. I see that all the time from those that I commanded, those that I worked with. This is a real problem. You might think we don't do this in Kansas, but I will tell you this did happen in committee. Mrs. Vandross was down the hall. She's a spouse of a military member. They were here for something else. She heard about the bill. She walked in and she testified that she came here, her husband was deployed, and she couldn't get a job because they didn't recognize her license. It wasn't that anybody was not wanting to do it, it's because we didn't have the laws then. So we have something, and now we just need to improve on that, and I feel that we're going in that right direction. As I said, everybody in here has worked hard to make this thing happen. It's a very delicate balance, and I think we can do better for those folks who want to come here and work in Kansas, and for those that are being told to come here by their service, by their nation. With that, Mr. Chair, I am prepared to stand for questions.
Thank you. Does any member desire to speak to the bill? The chair recognizes Representative Fraunfelter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, on my side, we had a lot of questions in caucus today, and I got with Commerce, who testified in favor of this, who supports it. And he reminded me there is a specific section that it takes care of boards and agencies when non-military who do not meet substantial requirements do not have to give a temporary license to. So if they don't meet the requirements, they don't have to give them a temporary license. The only temporary license that are granted are for the military and military spouses who are not a health hazard and meet most of the requirements. So I think that should take care of a lot of our qualms on this side. I believe that supporting our military is a big thing. As I came through the Vietnam section of it, as the return home from fighting a battle, they were treated very poorly. I think we need to take care of our veterans, their spouses, and those serving our country at this point in time on that end. And again, remember, the board has the right to refuse license if they do not meet the requirements. With that, I will be supporting the bill. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. For further discussion, the chair recognizes Representative Prost.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want everybody to know that I will be supporting the underlying bill. However, I have a couple of issues to bring up in that regard. It's a good bill, and want to support our military families. With that, would the carrier stand for questions? Well, my good neighbor, how are we doing?
I'm better, a little bit better. We'll see you at the end.
Do all states have the same licensure requirements for all professional licenses?
They do not.
They do not, yeah. You know, if you went to Texas and you wanted to be a school teacher or administrator, you'd have to take Texas history. Would that surprise you, knowing Texas?
Would not surprise me.
Would not surprise you, okay.
I would hope they would.
I want to ask about the scope of the bill.
Okay.
Originally, as I read it, it was targeted at military. But then we were discussing it in caucus. It seems to me that this bill opens up to all professional licenses. Thank you. Is that the case?
The original law was for military and military spouses that included veterans as well. What my bill originally did expand everything else. That was always in the bill from the very beginning, expanded to those working professionals that were working outside of our state that desired to become residents of Kansas.
Okay, so it does now expand to other licensure areas outside of just military spouses.
Well, the original law was military
Military.
spouses, military, including veterans. This just expanded to those working professionals that are outside of our state that are desiring to come in. There's already a lot of bills and compacts and things that support them working, and this does not actually unhinge that. This was just a gap in there that we wanted to expand. We've tested it on the military, it worked, and now we want to expand it to others that are working professionals.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. I appreciate that. Is there a definition of residency in the bill? Is there a definition of residency in the bill?
If I remember correctly, there was, and it was taken out because it's defined in other places. We were defined, as we talked about it in our group, it was residency meaning, and in here it does talk about intent to reside here too, and so there were some issues there. But the intent is you have established a residence within the boundaries of Kansas, and you live there full time, and that you have a driver's license, or a government license, not necessarily just a driver's license. But we took that out because that was a desire to be out because it was classified in other places.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate it. With that, I have an amendment.
The amendment appears long. It's not. Very well, then the clerk will read.
Page 1, line 18, after section by inserting including proof that the applicant has established or intends to establish residency. In line 24, after 3, by inserting established or intends to establish residency means the applicant has provided the licensing body with A, military orders to a post in the state, B, an executed mortgage or document proof of the closing of a real estate purchase agreement for the applicant's residence in the state, C, an executed lease for the rental of a residence or apartment for the applicant in the state, number 4, and by redesignating subsections, paragraphs, subparagraphs, and clauses accordingly.
Representative, you would like to explain your amendment?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. In Johnson County, what I'm concerned about, and this applies to all of our border communities, is somebody getting licensed using the intent language and then living in Missouri and never becoming a resident of our state. What this language would do for the purposes of this bill only was to say you're going to have to prove that you have orders posting you to a military base in Kansas, or that you have purchased, intend to purchase, or lease a residence within our boundaries. I just think if we're going to open this up, we need to make sure that those individuals that get licensed actually do live in Kansas. With that, I'd stand for questions.
Thank you. Does any member wish to speak to the amendment? Representative Croft?
Questions for the presenter of the amendment.
Certainly.
So your intention for this is to make sure they're established, that they show that they've established? I mean, is there a limit on how early they can apply this? I'm sorry. Yeah, my question was, is there something that would, in this, would restrict them applying early before arriving?
Not if they have military orders, or they could enter into a real estate contract to purchase and or to lease a residency at a future date.
Okay, because as I'm looking at this, the concern is that as we took that out, it was the Board of Education that was really concerned that when people know they're heading this way, they want them to be able to apply as early as possible, so that way they could already be ready to operate when they got here. They want that flexibility. I only worry about that, and I want to just make sure this doesn't do that. That wasn't your intention, right?
No, yeah, and I certainly understand the issue of teacher licensure and hiring out of state teachers that have license. I did that all the time in a border district. The purpose of this is to guarantee to the state of Kansas that if you're going to get a license in our state, that you become a resident. And you can have that in process while you're applying.
Okay, so not having rented a house in a long time, how early can you execute a lease on a home?
Anytime that the property owner and the leaser agree, that's an open-ended question. I don't know how to answer it.
Yeah, okay. Well, I mean, I'm just curious because especially with your background, as we're coming into this, the one thing I really don't want to do is unhinge the opportunity for the Board of Education to actually hire teachers early enough. That's all. I mean, I was really sensitive to what they wanted, and we tried to keep that in there. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Further members to speak to the amendment? Chair recognizes Representative Curtis.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Would you stand for questions, please?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, so as I understand this, and actually this did not come up in our committee discussion, but if I understand correctly, what you're trying to do is close the loophole that perhaps somebody on a border state could, under this measure, could apply for a license and then never follow through and actually move to our state. So you're trying to close that loophole where there would be some certainty that they would actually become a resident of the state.
Yes, that's exactly correct. Our caucus had lunch provided by the Professional Society of Engineers the other day, and there are literally hundreds of engineers in some of the very best top 5 professional engineering companies in the world, and you could be employed at Black & Veatch, for example, on the Kansas side, have your license in Missouri, apply and be granted a Kansas license so you could work in Kansas and never move.
And this then would just make them provide that proof that they have actually moved. Does it give them a time within which, or do they have to provide that when they apply for the license?
Well, they would have to certify that they have a mortgage contract that they're going to close on in a date certain in the future, or a lease, or have been posted to a Kansas military post.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for answering those questions. And I think that this actually just clarifies what we originally intended to do. We want to make sure that people who do exercise this license, that they truly do become residents of our state. So I think this actually helps clarify, and I stand in support of this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion on the amendment? Chair recognizes Representative Bishop on the amendment.
Hello there. I also had my light lit up to speak to the bill, and you brought up the issue that I was concerned about and that I was going to bring forward a concern. My understanding is that residency is required for these licenses. I do know that under some of the professional categories, such as nurses, there is an interstate compact.
Correct.
That is known, that we have been over as a legislature and made room for that in our regulatory and, licensing boards. One of the things that I'm want to bring up is the fact that a lot of professional services are provided over long distances these days. Recently in Insurance Committee, we approved the possibility for a third-party administrator of a health plan to designate Kansas as the location of his or her business, but not reside in the state of Kansas. I'm not saying that's wrong, the point that I do want to make is that these boards serve for accountability of the people that are providing services in our state. We want to make it easy for people to come to the state of Kansas and apply for a license, but I do think we need to have some trigger, some data point, some time in the process where the boards can confirm that the individual is a resident of Kansas. I think that our colleague has brought forward an excellent way to do it, and I stand in support of the amendment.
Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion on the amendment? The chair recognizes Representative Esau. She is now taking her light off. Representative Croft will be recognized on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As he made me go push my button, thank you. Needed the exercise this morning. So from my perspective on this, we had a residency requirement listed before. I view this as a friendly amendment. I don't see an issue with it. And with that, thank you.
Thank you. On the amendment, I have further discussion. Representative Carmichael.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We're taking our time here. There's some other work in progress regarding this bill. You know, this makes the bill better. It's important that we not allow our professional licensing process to become some sort of an itinerant traveling barber state. It's important that we, it's important, right faster over there. It's important that we work hard to make sure that unqualified people do not endanger the public health and the public safety. And, you know, this will make it better. I really don't understand why we don't, as of yet, have an amendment, though, that limits this to the military personnel for whom it's intended. And so I think I've bought a few more minutes here for some work to be accomplished. And so I hope you folks will join me in making this worthy, very, very worthy legislation better accomplish its purpose. And so I stand in favor of this amendment to HB 2506. And thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Further discussion? Representative Ballard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am in favor of this amendment. You know, having been a military wife, we always traveled with our orders, so we knew where we were going, and we could do that. On campus, if a student comes in and they're part of that family, they also get in-state tuition. If a company can also send you to a state and prove that they moved you there, you qualify as well. And I think this would make it more convenient, but it'd be helpful for us too, because we need to have a good workforce, and they do supply that. So thank you very much, and I hope you will pass this amendment.
Thank you. And for further discussion, Representative Panbacker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Could I have as one who has practiced on a state line and had to have licenses in 3 different states because of the isolation of the communities. And does this prohibit the interstate movement of being able to practice across state lines without being a resident of that state?
Representative, I do not believe it prohibits that at all. You can go through the regular process and become licensed in the state using the processes that are in place now. This has to do with expedited processing of your application.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Does any member wish to speak to the amendment? Seeing none. If there's no further discussion, Representative Benson, you may close on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will close on this and just simply say border communities have their own sets of issues, and I appreciate the body's consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. You have heard the motion of Representative Benson to amend. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. No. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Division has been called for. The clerk will open the rolls and you may vote. Has every member had an opportunity to vote? The clerk will close the rolls and take the tally. Excuse me, is it 95? 95 have voted yea, 23 nay. The amendment has passed. We are back on the bill.
Mr. Chair, I have another amendment to offer.
You have an amendment?
Body, I appreciate...
Have you turned it in to the clerk?
Pardon?
The amendment appears short. The clerk will read.
Page 2, line 5, after application by inserting from an applicant who has work experience or holds credentials in another state, district, or territory of the United States that grants credentials to Kansas residents on an equivalent basis to that provided by Kansas reciprocity or compact provisions or the provisions of this section. In line 6 by striking "and" and inserting "the."
Thank you. Representative, you may explain your amendment.
Thank you. I know we have a lot of state compacts and we have agreements, but it is not universal. This amendment is not meant to be a poison pill or a killer on the bill. I just want to make the point that reciprocity and doing good work for our state to invite our professionals in should cut both ways. So with that, I would stand for questions.
Thank you. Does any member wish to speak to the amendment? Representative Croft. Chair recognizes Representative Croft. Thank you.
Representative, is your intent here that with this amendment that we could only do this with states that recognize our I can't say that word.
That are reciprocal.
That's right. Is that what your intent is?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you for now.
To speak further to the amendment, Representative Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One problem brought to my attention by the school district where I live is hiring enough qualified teachers. And a big obstacle to hiring the qualified teachers is the length of time from out of state or having them move here, is the length of time and the obstacles they face in becoming licensed in the state. And I think this amendment would make that more difficult. There's no reason that we can't hire people from out of state, because we're looking to fill our positions and serve our communities and our students. And I think this would be a detriment to that, and I would certainly be against the amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. For further discussion, Chair recognizes Representative Carlin.
Representative, would you let me ask you a question, please? My question is, do you know how many states already have these agreements? I mean, who would we be shutting out? Do you have that?
That's an excellent question. I do not have the answer, but very few states have reciprocity across all professional license. I can't think of one that does.
Okay. My concern is, you know, military bases are around the country, and what would that do to military? Just refresh me on your amendment.
The amendment really wouldn't affect military families because they're being posted in the state.
Okay, so it doesn't carve out, I mean, they're carved out already, so they're okay.
Yes.
Okay, I hear you. Thank you. You know, we do need this kind of a bill, and I think a reciprocity agreement with neighboring states could be worked out, and I mean, I think that's a good idea. One of the reasons the Commerce Department supported this, correct? And what they want is people living in Kansas. They want us, you know, we want property tax, income tax, what all. So in order to make it an economic development positive bill, I would say that we would be all right in supporting this amendment. I'll leave it up to the body. Thank you.
Thank you. For further discussion, Chair recognizes Representative Tarwater on the amendment.
I don't need. So this amendment basically will put things back the way they were before we worked this bill. We already have reciprocity agreements with many other states. So if we make this bill that we have to have reciprocity, it basically puts everything back the way it was. This bill will make Kansas a leader in military and bringing in business, bringing in big business that have spouses. Military investment. One of the things that they're going to look at as they start to grow that sector is, will the families be able to work? And when we toured Fort Riley last year, I spoke to a few people and I asked them specifically, what is it that we could do to help? And one of the people that was doing the tour said, you know what, my wife is I can't remember if it was a dentist or what she was, but it would have been nice if she could have been able to work to her full capacity. And we have a lot of that around here. And so Kansas is further down on the list on where people want to come. This bill will fix that. This amendment will not. I'll leave it at that, thanks.
Thank you. Chair will recognize the carrier of the amendment for a motion. Not a motion, but a request.
I appreciate the feedback of the representative. As I stated early on, I am in favor of this. I will vote for the underlying bill. I just wanted to make a point with the body that it's one thing for Kansas to do these things. It's another thing for Kansans when they look outside. I worked in 2 other states, had to be provisionally licensed, had to take additional coursework, and I think if we're going to open our borders, and I agree that we have difficulty filling all of our licensed positions, and perhaps this will help. Mr. Chair, I would withdraw my amendment.
Thank you. The amendment has been withdrawn. Back on the bill. Representative Prost to speak to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Will the carrier stand for a few questions? So do I. Thank you. I first want to start off by acknowledging the work you've done on this. When this first came to committee, we had a lot of concerns with it, and I want to commend you for taking the time that you took to work through this.
Thank you, sir.
I do have a few questions I want to ask, though, and just get some clarity on.
Sure.
This bill, what it really does is it extends existing law that applies to veterans and veteran spouses to everyone.
To those working professionals that are outside the state that want to move and establish residency in this state and work from this state. It does that, plus it adds in some more restrictive timelines on receiving your license, but it also establishes when it's a completed application, which was never established before. So it kind of cleans up all that other stuff and makes it obvious for everybody.
Okay. So under this, if we pass this out, this will extend beyond military, which we currently have some provisions for, licensing provisions for. This extends out to everyone, right?
Those that are outside the state coming in, yes. And that's not unusual. There's a lot of times in the military they use the military and the veterans and the spouses as a initial because it's a smaller group, and then you typically expand those then to others as you go along. So sometimes we're a test bed, and that's okay.
Okay.
All right.
Next question is in paragraph 2 of the bill. I believe I'm going off of your amendment, which I think is pretty much the bill. There's a provision, if I understand it correctly, that an application will be considered complete even before a criminal background check can be done by the Kansas Bureau of Investigation. Can you explain that a little bit to me?
Absolutely. It's a great question. Thank you for that one. So the idea here was there's actually 3 components or 3 folks that play into an application. One is the applicant themselves and submitting all the requested and required documents to the board. The second part is a third party. So take, for example, if you need to have a transcript, right? The applicant can't give the transcript. It actually has to be applied for by the board, and then it's sent to the board. It can't be sent through the applicant itself. So we wanted to give credit for that time, right? And doesn't count against either side. And then the third part is what the state has to do. So what that references to is that the state's portion of the KBI is not considered part of the completed application, but it is still part of the whole application process. Interestingly, as we're going through this, because it takes time for all the documents to come in, they can actually start the KBI background check long before they have all the documents and long before the application is considered complete. And that's why we wanted to clarify those things so it doesn't slow down the process and they feel like they got to wait until all that's done. That's why it was done that way, and it was just a clarifying point.
Under that provision, could a temporary license or a license be issued before this? I mean, the application's completed, but how does that affect licensing?
I'm sorry, which part? Not having the background check?
Yes.
So, again, in all the cases we've talked to everybody, the background checks are done long before they've even completed everything.
Okay.
So in what we talked to the boards, I didn't see a single case where they would have actually had that case to be done. Okay. And again, that's why we put M in there. If you don't have everything you need, you can always say no.
Okay.
All right.
My last question, because I think you've worked through the rest of this pretty well. towards the end of the bill, there's a list of all the, well, not all, several of the boards that will be governed by this, that they have to comply with this legislation.
Yes.
But the language also says that it is that not excluded in the bill, but also not limited to. So this is pretty broad in that it could reach to everything that's not even listed under here, potentially to things that aren't even created yet. Is that right?
I would think potentially, but I mean, I think for me, what we wanted to do is, you know, like there were some boards that were out there and we just, as they changed names and everything else, you wanted to make sure you said in things so we didn't have to come back here every time and re-amend a law just simply because somebody changed the name of their board. Okay. But yes, it does have a large.
In committee, we had some conversation about whether we should take the time to try to determine which of these boards were slow in processing applications and which were doing it right. And we didn't get that, and we didn't get a secure number on how many people would benefit from this legislation. Is that correct?
Well, and we have some ideas. I can address those if you'd like me
yes,
to.
Please.
Okay, so as an example, Arizona has done a similar law, but not as far-reaching. But they have about 100,000 people that show up there every year, new residents, and we have about 80. In their first year of doing this, they experienced just at 100 licenses. Now, that's not an official number. I'm still waiting on the official number because they're just closing out their first year. So we're not talking about a super large number, if you will, in that process. What was the other part of your question?
If we determined which boards, because some boards have a pretty good process in place, and we're kind of tooling with that a little bit when we may not need to.
Well, and that's why we left there a lot of flexibility for the boards. We left it so that way they can still work within the rules and regulations they have, not being so prescriptive. There are other places that have, Arizona specifically went in and were very prescriptive for every board, and that became a problem for some of them. So this one tried to maintain the board's authority in this process, maintain where they were, but still give them some guidelines to try to encourage them to do faster. And so that's kind of what this thing kind of massaged around.
Okay, thank you.
Enough?
Yep, thank you.
Thank you for your questions.
Thank you, Body, for indulging my questions. I agree with this philosophically a lot. I think this is a good measure. I wish, however, that we had taken the time to figure out which boards are problematic and which boards are not, because I think we're kind of creating a blanket policy here that may not be necessary for all the boards who are doing it right. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. For further discussion, Chair recognizes Representative Heiberger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Would the carrier stand for a question or two? Sure.
Just had to grab my glasses. I wasn't sure if you had me reading something.
I understand. Well, I appreciate your work on this. I just wanted to ask a couple questions. I'm not sure where I am on this yet, but
yes, sir.
Does this bill change the current law as it applies to military service members and military spouses?
Meaning no, it doesn't. As far as the ones that are eligible, no. There was, it's the same.
Okay.
We did some clarification because there was a little bit of confusion in the old language. So that's why it may look like that, but it actually it makes it clear.
Okay, so it wouldn't be correct to say that this vote is necessarily a vote for military service members or their families?
Well, what it is it's a vote for military to improve the process. I will tell you also that by the transparency aspect of it, over the last 5 years, we've had this bill in existence, and it hasn't been implemented. And so I would tell you it is still for the military, the spouses and the veterans and all these other folks that we're talking about, because we want to make sure we're implementing the laws that we have on the books, and that's what this does.
Okay. Could you just give me a quick examples of how the processes are improved for military service members and their families?
Yeah, so one is the time we have. The other part of it is being able to apply before you get here. And then one is by the reporting mechanisms makes the boards and the people know that these things are available. So that's how it improves that process for them.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, sir. Good questions.
Thank you, Representative Heiberger. For further discussion, Chair recognizes Representative Clayton.
Thank you for the indulgence, Mr. Chair. Would the carrier of the bill please stand for a couple of questions? Oh, yeah. Okay. All right, so I've got a couple of questions regarding process. Was texting with the budget director, and as we know, based on statute, they can only issue a fiscal note for the bill as it was introduced. And so it's the word of the week is trust, and yes. I don't, because I'm a legislator. I've gotten burned a couple of times. And so as such, I feel like, because we're going to have this come up likely on final action tomorrow, I would like to request that some information be delivered to us that is in writing, anything that you can get, citing sources from agencies to assuage concerns, because I think there is some heartburn regarding that, and I'd love to take your word for it, but boy, that wouldn't make me a very smart woman. So I like to have that kind of proof. So, and I have another question regarding process.
I've learned not to answer those questions.
Yeah. So another question regarding process. Although, would you be able to talk with agencies and see if we can get some kind of proof?
I mean, I will tell you that one of the biggest ones that talked to us was the Board of Healing Arts. They're the one that had the largest fiscal note, and they were the main They were one of the main players in redesigning this legislation, and we did so in a way that it would reduce their fiscal note to virtually zero. I acknowledge you're having to trust that I'm saying that. I get that. And I will see what I can get.
Okay, that would be good. I think it would be helpful to everyone in the body to have some of that information delivered to us.
Fair point.
And can I ask you, what day was this worked in committee?
Oh.
Do we need to phone a friend?
Yeah, maybe.
Was it last week? Last week?
Yeah,
was it worked on?
It was last week on Friday. That's what it was.
It was worked on Friday.
Yes.
All right. So again, concerns because most of the original members of the committee were out to attend a funeral. There were substituted people in, and so the original committee members who would have been more familiar with the material weren't there to work the bill. So again, I'm not saying no. I'm saying help us feel better about this, and I am asking you to provide us with as much information as can be provided prior to tomorrow's vote.
So I can provide some of it right now. So when I found out that we were going to have new people, I sat down with them and I talked to them about the bill so they understood all the details. And then when the reviser actually got up there and explained it to them, he took about 20 minutes to explain the new bill and all the different details and where we'd come from, and then I did the same thing afterwards. So the new folks on the committee received quite a bit of information. Interestingly, of the ones that were still all there, it still passed out of committee unanimously. So even if it had been just the ones that weren't there, I mean, I don't know if I said it.
The Friday's committee was not the real committee. So again, just get us the information, and I think that that'll really help, and I think that that will kind of mend any discord or concerns that we have. Okay. So I really appreciate you doing that, Representative.
I'm just not
thank
sure
you so much.
No worries, but I'm just not sure what information on that you would need. So
any information that you can
like.
impart.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. For further discussion, the chair recognizes Representative Parker to speak to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and my apologies to the carrier of the bill who's getting a good workout here, but if he would stand for a couple questions, I appreciate it.
Wanted to make sure I've done my PT this morning.
I think let me preface this by saying I think there's a lot in this bill I like, and like the previous speaker, just trying to get to a point where I can be yes on it. As it's written, this bill exempts attorneys from the reciprocal agreement, correct?
That is correct.
What's the reason for exempting them versus other categories?
If I had my way, they wouldn't be exempt. However, they're not mandated. They're managed by the judiciary branch across the street. And as I went to the Attorney General and asked him if we could include them in here, his answer was you cannot. And if you do, it would not be something he could support. And in the previous law, they were also exempt. So actually, we just didn't change what was there before. That was the reasoning before.
Did we have that same conversation with all the other agencies potentially we go to you talked about the Board of Healing Arts before, but what's the...
Yeah. We manage all the other, we have the responsibility over all the other agencies. So yes, we did talk to them, and that is the one agency that was a no, and that is the technical, because they said that, they just wanted to not participate. They wanted to do their own thing. And like I said, they got 90% of their comments into this bill, so they were a big player in getting the bill. And I want to be truth in lending, as we were talking about trust earlier. I want to make sure you know exactly what was said.
All right. Well, I guess my main concern is that if we enter into this without teachers exempted from this, Kansas has fairly high standards for our accreditation process for our licensure process for teachers. Many other states do too, but there are some that let people who have not been through accredited teacher programs to get their teaching license.
Yeah.
This would open the door for them to come and be competing with jobs with graduates of Kansas universities who are going into public education who have been through those high standards.
Yeah, this does not underwrite what the board has the authority to do. I mean, the board still has an option not to issue the license to everyone else that's in there. As we're going through and by the way, Kansas Board of Education, I know I probably get the abbreviation wrong, they were part of this discussion. And they're not a proponent, but they are a neutral, where before they were not because of the timings and other things. They have moved to a more supportive position of this and are not opposed to it.
That's helpful.
Because it will help them.
Can you flesh that out a little bit more? What was it that moved them from opponent to neutral?
Well, a lot of it was the time factor in there. They wanted to make sure, because before, remember, it had 10 days. And that was kind of an intentionality of trying to make sure we all had a good conversation about this. They came in and said, look, we need the 15 days, we need this, we need that. And that's why we set the conditions for the completed application so it supported what they needed. And that was the idea.
Okay, well, that's helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I'm going to have to run again.
Yeah. I promise that's my last of my questions for you. I'll be brief, Body. I think this is, again, there are good parts of this bill. There are parts that give me heartburn. I would hate to see us be finally moving in the direction of adequately funded education, but also be moving in the direction of perhaps inadequately educated teachers. So I'll have to spend some more time on this. I thank the carrier of the bill for his help on this. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. For further discussion, the chair recognizes Representative Carmichael.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Some of you may recall a few years ago, and I think it was about 5 years ago, we made a trip out to Fort Riley, and we visited the Irwin Army Hospital, the new Irwin Army Hospital there at Fort Riley, and the commanding general was there, as well as a whole bunch of folks with shiny cauliflower on their shoulders, and we asked them, what is it you really need here? And the colonel who was responsible for the registered nurses at Irwin Army Hospital told us in no uncertain terms that we needed to have a way for the spouses of the military personnel to be able to practice their professions in Kansas, because it just wasn't fair to transfer someone to Fort Riley and their spouse have to decide whether they were going to stay in Oklahoma so that they could practice their profession, or whether they could come and have their family here in Kansas. And so the distinguished representative from Manhattan, the member of the majority party from Manhattan, both of them are distinguished, of course, he worked pretty hard, as I recollect, to get this bill through to make sure that we took care of not only military personnel, but as importantly, their dependents who wanted to practice their profession in Kansas. And as I've listened to this debate today, it occurs to me that we've already got a law, and what I understand is that there are some agencies of the state of Kansas who've been disregarding that law. And one of the good things about being in this legislature is that we have this microphone and we have a camera running up there, and so I have a question or two for the colonel.
I thought for a second that was done.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
You told us that there are some state agencies that haven't been following the law that we enacted several years ago to take care of military dependents and their professional licenses. What agencies are these that have been disrespecting not only the law but our service people?
I as we're going through it, I don't have all of them exactly listed, but here's what I will tell you that I do know.
Okay.
So as I went out to Fort Riley, even the military side of it wasn't quite aware of all the things that were done. And as they were approaching boards in various different capacities, those boards were not offering the fact that this information or this opportunity was available for spouses. And so as this whole thing started, it started with, hey, let's try to see how we do that. So I'm reluctant to say exactly who, because I think some may be doing it in some areas and some are not doing it in other areas. I just don't know all of them who are not doing it.
The reason that I ask is, first, if they are intentionally not following the law and disrespecting military families, then they need to be held up to public scorn, and here's the place to do it. But there's a second reason that I ask, and that is, if this bill passes today and it goes over the Senate, who knows what its fate will be. And maybe we pass a law and maybe it goes into effect July 1, or maybe we don't. But in the meantime, we need to fix this problem. So if there are state agencies that are not following the law and that are disrespecting our military personnel and their families, give us their names, because I'll get on the phone this afternoon, and I bet half this legislature will get on the phone this afternoon. We'll have this problem fixed by tomorrow. So that's why I ask, who is it? If there are agencies out there that are breaking the law, I want to know who they are, because we need to fix them.
Sir, that is why we put the transparency aspect on the bottom of this bill, because we wanted to make sure underlying to this, every year we will know who is implementing and who is not. It won't be something we have to guess about. It is something we'll know about. And then we can go out and do exactly what you said and speak up here with authority and knowledge rather than hearsay and innuendo, right? And that's why I was reticent earlier to say that. I think that this bill will do that for us, and actually in driving all of this to get it to be better for everybody that wants to live in this state.
Colonel, I respect what you're doing, and I support what you're doing, but I just am of the opinion that all we have is hearsay and innuendo, that there's some agency somewhere that's not paying attention to the law. And if that's the case, then we need to fix it. We need to know who they are. If there isn't, if it's just gossip and hearsay, and if the problem is out at Fort Riley, then we need to send folks from the Adjutant General or wherever over there and educate them as to the law rather than passing a new law. And I think that would fix the problem right away instead of waiting for the Senate to do something.
Yes, Representative, I understand, but we also in this bill have the expedient process, more efficient process, so we're trying to get these folks to work faster as we're going through this. That's also part of this bill. And it's expanding that, as we talked about, to others as well, that want to make Kansas their home, and that can't afford to sit there and wait for the license for them to get approved so they can start earning a living for their families. And that's also part of the concern of this bill as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I do respect what the representative is doing, but here's what I think's going on here is, I think that there may be some miscommunication, perhaps over at Fort Riley with incoming troops and their families about what Kansas has already done. I also think that broadening the law so that any itinerant person from any state in any profession or occupation can come rolling in here as they run from the disciplinary authorities in some other state and get themselves a temporary license to practice, and then cause a bunch of harm and damage to our citizens, to our neighbors, our friends, and our families before we can finally ferret them out. That's not good public policy. There is a reason that we have professional licensure laws. And yes, it applies to barbers as well, because barbers, if they don't do it right, can transmit coronavirus or whatever the disease of the day is. And we shouldn't be lessening our licensing requirements as it relates to the general practice of people's professions. So in my view, the bill is unnecessary, and I don't know how I'm going to vote on this thing. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. The chair now recognizes the Majority Leader for Oh. For further discussion on the bill, we'll recognize Representative Hodge.
Will the carrier of the bill stand for question?
Morning, sir.
Good morning. Earlier, you mentioned that you tried to put lawyers into this bill. Is that correct?
Earlier I mentioned, and if I did, they were never in the bill before. I inquired why not and was told why not.
Well, didn't you say it was your intention to put lawyers in the bill?
I would not have minded it, but I was told that, you know, they're not managed by us. They're not, they're regulated by the judiciary.
But your intention or okay, so you said you wouldn't have minded it. All right. You realize that in California, you don't have to go to law school to be a lawyer. Did you know that?
Did not. I visited California, that's it.
Well, okay, I visited a lot of places too, but I'm just talking about in California, you don't have to go to law school to be a lawyer. All you have to do is pass a bar and you can practice. Now, do you think that's an okay way to become a licensed practitioner?
Well, lawyers aren't covered under this bill.
Okay, and there's a good reason why. Basically, in your bill, you're saying that so let me say this. Would you acknowledge that there's different standards of licensure in the various states? Would you acknowledge that there's different standards of licensure?
I will, and I had said that earlier, I believe.
Okay. And so in this bill, would it be accurate to say that Kansas would be recognizing every lowest bar of all of these 21 areas in the country?
That is not. It would be, they come here and get evaluated against our standard, what their standard was and what they've done, and get evaluated against our standard, and that's where the decisions are made. By the licensing board. The licensing board is the one that does this.
So our licensing boards would still exist?
Absolutely. They're the ones that helped design this bill.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
And thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Chair recognizes the Majority Leader for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move we rise and report progress.
Thank you. You have heard the motion to rise and report progress. All in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. No. Appears to the chair the ayes have it. The ayes do have it. Motion passes.
Clerk will read the Committee of the Whole report.
Mr. Speaker, your Committee of the Whole recommends House Bill 2487, 2509, 2708 be passed. House Bill 2506 adopt the committee report and Rosen report progress.
Speaker recognizes Representative Barker for a motion to adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the Committee of the Whole report.
You've heard the motion to adopt the committee report. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The committee report is adopted. Reports of standing committees. The clerk will read.
Committee on Taxation recommends House Bill 2607 be amended by substituting a new bill to be designated as substitute for House Bill number 2607 as follows. An act concerning property taxation relating to payment of delinquent or non-delinquent taxes, providing for county treasurers to establish a payment plan, and the substitute bill be passed.
Are there announcements? Representative Arnberger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to announce that there is Mass across the street at noon today if you would like to join us for Ash Wednesday. Thank you.
Representative Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Body South Central delegation will be having lunch in 152 South today with a quick presentation from the Kansas Chamber. Thank you.
Representative Kessinger.
Thank you, Mr. Leader, Speaker, Pro Tem. Johnson County delegation, we have lunch at 144 South. The speaker is going to be Vice Chancellor David Cook from the University of Kansas Edwards campus. He'll talk a little bit about reducing higher ed tuition cost in conjunction with the community college, and also about the Johnson County Education Research Triangle. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Schreiber.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just one last reminder, I still have the resolution recognizing the Small Business Development Center award winners for this year at my desk, so if you haven't signed yet, please stop by. Thank you.
Are there any further announcements? Seeing none, Speaker recognizes Majority Leader Hawkins for a motion to recess.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the House stand in recess until 1:30 p.m.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The House stands in recess. Let's do it. The House will come to order. Introduction of bills and concurrent resolutions. The clerk will read.
House Bill number 2731 by the Committee on Appropriations, an act establishing the Wartime Veteran and First Responder Survivors Grant Program and Fund relating to the State Board of Regents, Kansas Commission on Veterans Affairs Office.
Speaker recognizes Majority Leader Hawkins for a motion to resolve into the Committee of the Whole.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the House resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for the purpose of considering those items under the heading of General Orders.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion carries. Speaker appoints Representative Patton to chair the Committee of the Whole.
Good afternoon, body. We are back on House Bill 2506, and for the purpose of speaking, I recognize Representative Bishop.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Body, I rise in support of the underlying bill. I believe that the amendment has resolved some of the concerns I had about how we establish residency. I think that it is important that we be able to attract skilled folks to come to our state, to work in our state, and to live in our state. What I do believe we need to be on the watch for is the accountability that goes along with these licenses, and watching for folks that maybe want to be licensed in more than one state contrary to law. I think that's fine if the program is designed to be able to do that, which we have with some of these compacts, but it needs to be open and not have somebody being licensed in several states when they're truly not eligible if residency is required. So, long story short, I think it is an important goal, and while I don't believe this bill is perfect and we may have to tweak it in future sessions, I think it's a very good start, and I support the bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Parker. Body, we're going to stand at ease for just a second. Body, we are waiting on an amendment to be copied, so keep chatting and we'll be back shortly. Chair recognizes Representative Parker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, body, for standing at ease there for a minute. Over the break, I had conversations with the Kansas Department of Education, and they do still have some concerns over this and felt like the current language of the bill could compel them to accept lower qualified applicants. But I appreciate good work of the carrier of the bill, the chairman of the committee, and the speaker pro tem, and we've committed to work this out with the Senate and possibly in conference committee to make sure that all of those concerns are alleviated. So we'll still be pushing for a better language in there, but I don't think right now is the time and place for that, and look forward to working with the other parties involved. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the chair recognizes Representative Croft to close.
Go ahead, yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In response to one of the things that was brought up earlier, I do have an email that will be passed out. It has to do with the Board of Health and their fiscal note, and so it's a very quick email just so you can see what their comments to me were in official sense. We have we've heard a lot today. There's a lot been going on. I'm very passionate about this issue, and I hear, as everybody's talked and there's been a lot of conversation, underlying to this bill is support for this bill. That's the underlying thing. Are we going to have some things? We've already agreed to work that out. That's what we've been doing from the very beginning, is making sure we build the best bill and grow the workforce for this state. We have over 65,000 jobs right now that require licenses that are unfilled by Kansans today. So if they're not being filled, this gives us that opportunity. With that, Mr. Chairman, I move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports substitute House Bill 2506 as amended favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion by Representative Croft to report House Bill 2506 favorably. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion passes. The next item of business is House Bill 2585. For the purpose of carrying House Bill 2585, the chair recognizes Representative Cox. Body, while we're waiting on Representative Cox, just a reminder, if you are a bill carrier, please press your Speak to Bill button prior to coming up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, body. I've been waiting for you. My apologies for running late. HB 2585 deals with EV electric charging stations for electric vehicles. Under current law, if you want to charge for an electric charging station for a vehicle, it would be considered a public utility. So for someone to put in a charger and then charge by the usage, you would have to go get approved by the KCC and be rated and regulated by the KCC. It's very cost prohibitive to do that, so no one is willing to do that. Often the ones you see, they're just taking losses on or are part of a fee structure that exempt them out from this. What this statute does is very, very narrowly worded to say you can put these electric charging stations in for vehicles only, and you can rate them based on usage, the amount of electricity, like you'd pay an electric bill, but it's not considered a public utility. So it doesn't fall under the KCC. So this will actually bring more electric charging stations across the state, as gas stations will be more willing to put them in. Grocery stores like Hy-Vee currently don't want to put one in because they just take a loss on it, but they'd be willing to do that as an additional service. This is currently the standard law in Colorado, Nebraska, Iowa, Oklahoma, and Missouri, and many, many other states. So we are the exception to this. They do pay a $100 fee and charge every year to go through the transportation fund. And with that, I will stand for questions.
Is there anyone that desires to speak to the bill? Chair recognizes Representative Finney.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have an amendment.
Can I see the amendment? The amendment appears long. Would you like to explain your amendment?
Okay. Some of you probably remember me discussing this last year, probably exactly this time 1 year ago, where we're talking about the Evergy transmission lines that were placed into 67214 zip code in my district. Basically what this amendment does, it would give some type of oversight to utility companies, particularly when they're putting in major transmission lines. In my district, there were 57 poles of 69 kilovolts that were like 105-foot poles put into these people's yards. Most of the neighborhood, primarily the whole community, wasn't aware that this was happening. And when this happened, most of the people that had one of these 57 poles, eminent domain was utilized to take their property and to place these poles in the center of their small front yards of these two-bedroom homes. So what this amendment does, it modifies the definition of an electric transmission line to encompass more siting projects and require a utility to acquire a siting permit from the commission, the KCC commission, prior to beginning the site preparation for electric transmission line. In addition, what this will do, it will require that the company, before they do this, they go through the KCC, get authorization, and they need to not only look at the aesthetics, the location, and the density, but to look at other alternative ways. And by going through the KCC, the commission would be able to provide some type of oversight ahead of time to be able to give the community some type of notification. Right now, there is no oversight for utilities, particularly for an investor-owned utility mega corporation. They can do what basically they want to, and the customers are just at their will. So what this amendment does, it gives more accountability, and it would give a new definition to electric transmission lines in the definition. The bill that we're currently hearing, it is within that statute, and I do believe that this is germane to the bill. And I'd like to say what's really important about this is that unless we have some type of accountability in Kansas, this is going to continue to happen to neighborhoods. And I don't want it to happen to anyone else. Since we had this discussion last year, nothing has happened. There was a big PR campaign said that we were going to take some of these poles down. Nothing has happened. Now we have 87 empty, boarded up houses and lots with weeds growing on it, blighting a community even more than it was when the poles were put there. There has nothing happened, nothing will continue to happen because there's no accountability. This controversial precedent has allowed corporations such as Evergy to get away with projects such as these large utility towers, which have intruded residents in my neighborhood's private spaces and drove down our property values. The stakes are even higher now because Evergy not only has placed these poles in there, but people are concerned about their health with these electronic magnetic fields being placed to these, being close to these high voltage currents. And since that time, we learned that there has been some health issues that hasn't been, I guess you could say that, well, the company says that there's nothing to it, but there are some concerns that children can can get leukemia, young children, based off of these EMFs in the neighborhood. And we have had a professor at Wichita State University to do a testing that says that our neighborhoods are 5 times the EMFs than neighborhoods that are directly close to us. Recently, November 29th, myself and Councilman Johnson, we hosted a bus tour, and we had nearly 20 legislators that came out and toured to see this terrible injustice to our neighborhood. And I thank you for those who took the time to come out and see. This isn't something that I try not to come up here rarely if all, because I hate coming up here, but there's times where you just definitely have to speak up on behalf of your community. And since nothing has been done, doesn't look like anything's going to be done, again, I'm addressing the legislature to let you know that nothing has happened. Only thing we have is just empty promises. And I stand for questions.
Is there objection to waiving the reading of the amendment? No objection. Is there discussion on the amendment? Representative Cox.
Representative Finney, sorry, I can't see your name, sorry. My distinguished representative friend, your amendment is dealing with the regulation of transmission lines.
And also definitions of electric utilities, which is 66104, which is the same statute.
You could speak into the mic, please.
Yes.
Okay. All right, thank you.
It's dealing with definition exactly in the same statute that this is 66104.
So I will be challenging the germaneness on this because it's also bringing in a 66177, I believe, where it amends the transmission lines.
Yes.
So I challenge the germaneness.
I anticipated that. Thank you.
Germaneness has been challenged on the amendment. Would the rules chair please issue a decision? You pass. Representative Finch.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Body, the underlying bill concerns an exemption to the area of regulatory authority of the Kansas Corporation Commission, specifically by creating an exception to the definition of public utility. Public utilities are regulated by the KCC. This creates an exemption for the retail point of sale of electricity for charging stations for electronic or electric vehicles. The amendment also concerns the scope of authority of the KCC to regulate the siting of electrical infrastructure, in this case, large-scale urban power lines. Both the bill and the amendment concern the scope of authority of the KCC. Both the bill and the amendment concern the siting of electrical infrastructure and whether or not the KCC can regulate the same. It is of the committee's opinion that both of these items connect to each other in at least two ways, and therefore the amendment is germane to the underlying bill.
We are back on the amendment. To speak to the amendment, Representative Curtis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If the carrier of the amendment would stand for questions. So when the poles were sited in the front yards, were the owners of the property, were they provided some compensation?
Initially, they were only provided like a few $100s, $400, $700, very minimum amount.
Okay. And was there an option as far as like for them to weigh in when the poles, were originally, how were they informed that the poles were going to be located in their front yards?
From my understanding, the property owners were sent letters. But however, that neighborhood has a lot of renters, so a lot of people were unaware. But anyone else outside, across the street, around the corner, no one else was aware of this.
Gotcha. Okay.
At the time.
Okay. Thank you.
To my knowledge.
Thank you very much, Representative. And I would say last year, after the representative from Sedgwick County brought this measure forward, when I drove home, I was driving down the street, and all of a sudden it's like, oh my gosh, I have the BAPs in my own neighborhood. I reached out to the Board of Public Utilities. We have a municipal utility, and what they did was that, number one, they tried to make sure that they were locating those larger poles in public right-of-ways, so they weren't in people's front yard. The other thing that I learned from them is that when they did have to locate a big pole in someone's front yard or on their property, that they would pay more than market rate for that, so that homeowner could then afford to move somewhere else and afford to buy another home. You all have seen the pictures. I don't know of anyone who would want to live in a home with one of those large poles sitting right in your front yard. And when that happens, even if you're a renter or an owner, what options do you have? I mean, the owners of those homes, what are they going to be able to do? How are they going to be made whole? That would be very difficult to sell a home with one of those large poles sitting right there in your front yard. So there are other ways to handle it. Just like I said, the Board of Public Utilities, they try to locate those poles in public right-of-ways, and when they do have to locate it in somebody's yard where it is very egregious, like the pictures that we have seen, then they pay more than market rate for that to compensate the people so that then they can have some quality of life and have a better aesthetic where they live. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chair recognizes Representative Seiwert.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I sympathize with Representative Finney and the Utilities Committee. We've had a bill she introduced. We had a hearing on it last year. We've been working with Evergy and the housing areas in there, and we toured it. And I have several things I'd like to say that they've went out of their way, try to somewhat, we're still been trying to negotiate with Evergy, but I want to read some of the things that they have done in that area. And they've made a policy change because of this. We worked with them on the policy change to implement that this wouldn't happen again. However, when we say the polls are only in that area, I represent the west side of Wichita. The exact same polls, the exact same number of the polls are in my district also. But I'll read some of the things that has been done in that area to show that they are trying to fix and make it right. They admit they made a mistake, but so far they put $1.2 million in the neighborhood fund established by the Wichita Community Foundation. $250,000 of that was for scholarships for students that lived in that neighborhood. There was a total of 78 houses that were affected. They spent $270,000 buying the right-of-way in front of those houses. Of those homes, 220 homes were purchased at the rate of $250,000. They implemented another $300,000 for another 20 homes that they did some reconstruction work in that area and payments. They relocated 10 homes at an expense of $20,000 in relocation expenses for those homes, and another $250,000 allocated. Spent a total of $2.4 million. On the project that they're trying to do to still negotiate, Evergy is planning on changing 40 poles if they can get everybody to agree with it at a cost of $2 million. So the total cost of trying to fix this screw up that they made is $4.4 million. That doesn't mean that they can take the lines out. This feeds the Innovation Center at WSU. That's why it's a high voltage. Some of the picture might be misleading also because some of the poles were still the old poles that were in the picture before they took them out and put the line up. Part of the policy change was going forward, our transmission, area, and construction group required that each project scope in the future, in any development, in any community, the communications plan, an annual performance goal of these requirements and these going forward to meet with groups. And I don't have the whole discussion, but they have the community hearings and things. And again, I appreciate what Representative Finney's doing. I really have tried hard to bring this in and have the hearings on it. And again, we are still working on it. We still have I've met about 7 or 8 times with Evergy and other people involved in this, and I've been in communication with Gail. Would you not say that I have?
Well, you said you would get back.
Right. I said I'll get back with you, but I'm still working on these negotiations. So it's not one of those issues that they just completely did not pay attention in it. The problem that runs into, and the same is in my district on the west side of Wichita, is they spent $2.4 million trying to fix this wrong. What if the people in my area said that they're wrong? This comes out of the ratepayers, and then we go in there to try to fix those. The issue was decided, they know they made a mistake. They had the community hearings. They've met numerous times trying to get people together, and they are working on it. Is it everything we want? I don't know. I think they've done a pretty good job of trying to do it. But again, in my district, I got the same polls and the same things. So I understand what she's trying to do with this amendment. I'd hate to ruin the bill, underlying bill with the charging stations by putting this amendment on it. And again, like I said, we're still held the bill open. We're still trying to work it out, and we're still trying to communicate to come with a consensus. So I urge you to vote this amendment down. Thank you for giving me the time to spend.
Chair recognizes Representative Carmichael.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The 7 years that I've been in this legislature, I've done my best to support the independently owned investor utilities, read that as Westar and Evergy. I've served on the Energy and Environment Committee or the Energy, Utilities and Telecommunications Committee for all of those years. I've made some hard votes to try to help utilities in Kansas, and quite frankly, utilities in Kansas have also been helpful to me in many different ways. Folks who work for them in this chamber are outstanding lobbyists. They're good people to work with. They're people of their word. So it's not easy to stand here and do this. But I can tell you, when I took that bus tour in Wichita, and we went down those streets, and we saw what this corporation has done to that neighborhood, it is absolutely appalling. This is a neighborhood that was already distressed, economically distressed. This is a neighborhood where Habitat for Humanity had been building new homes. This is a neighborhood where there were various programs in place to begin a restoration of an area of our city that has been economically disadvantaged since I was a little boy, and an area of our city which is predominantly, African American neighborhood. They have destroyed this neighborhood. There is nothing they are going to be able to do to restore this neighborhood. They pay money to foundations and they say they're going to do something about it, and here we are a year later, nothing has been done but talk. Now, if you think this can only happen in an economically deprived African American neighborhood, you're wrong. It can happen in your constituent's neighborhood too. Last year, at the end of the session, after we had had some hearings on the representative's bill in the Utilities Committee, I went out and drove around my district. And I didn't find anything nearly to the extent of what happened in what we refer to as 67214. That's code in Wichita for the African American neighborhood. But what I did find is constituents who had large poles stuck up in their yards, some of them on existing right-of-way. One lady told me in tears what had happened to the value of her house because of what Westar had done to her. By her report, her house is now upside down on the mortgage. They stuck big poles right out in front of her house in an existing right-of-way where there used to be relatively small wooden poles. Instead, they set up these gray statues that are larger even than some of the cell tower poles that I've been fighting for other neighbors of mine for the past 2 years. This lady told me that she is now upside down on her mortgage. Nobody wants to buy her house. She's stuck in this house. And when they started to put the poles in front of her house, she went outside and she says, "What are you doing? What are you doing?" The response, not from Westar, but from their contractor was, "Lady, if you want electricity, there's going to be a pole in your front yard." It's disrespectful. It's wrong, and it can happen in your neighborhood too. I've been to the meetings that my chairman makes reference to. You don't want to know what I have to say about what I was told at these neighborhood meetings that Westar sponsored. It's bad. It can happen to your constituents, and we need to get some regulation before it happens in your town like it's happened in mine. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chair recognizes Representative Schreiber.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Body, there's probably no one in here that doesn't realize that I used to work for Evergy. For 38 years, I've been on dozens of transmission siting open houses, talking with people that are along the routes, trying to work through their particular situations. Last year, when we had Evergy come in and speak to the committee about this situation, which needed to be addressed, they were quick to say, yes, we'll show up, and they talked about how they messed up. and the things they are doing to try to make it right. Is it absolutely perfect? I doubt it. Could it ever be? I don't know. But I think the situation with this particular amendment is it takes us down the wrong path of setting up two different siting requirements for transmission lines. So the urban transmission lines will be, with the amendment, would be regulated by the KCC at 69 kV or less, or 69 kV or more, excuse me, within a city. These are fairly small transmission lines compared to the ones maybe you see in the Flint Hills as you're going down the turnpike. Currently, the KCC over time has set one standard for their siting decisions for transmission lines, and that's at 230 kV or higher. Those are the very large ones that you do see along the turnpike and in other parts of the state. Transmission lines aren't everywhere. They're not in every neighborhood. They are the only way to get power from outside the city into those interior substations within a city, which then gets reduced in voltage and taken to individual businesses and homes. Are they large? Yes. There's no way around that. But the power has to get into the inside of the city for their power to be there. There's no other way. So I'm opposed to this amendment. It sets up the two different criteria for siting by the KCC, and that the other piece later in the amendment talks about the other factors that the KCC would take into account would include local aesthetics, location, environment, and population density. These are very, very vague terms, and I would guess that the KCC would struggle on exactly how to create definitions for those particular terms, and they would start getting varied across the state depending on the lines and the location. So I understand the situation. I've driven the neighborhood as well as the other previous speakers. I freely admit Evergy didn't do a good job initially. Like I said, they're trying to make that right. And I think they have some more plans, as the chairman of my committee stated. But at this time, this type of amendment creates so many problems with siting of all transmission that I think it would be detrimental across the state. So I would ask that you would oppose this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Ballard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I cannot imagine driving home after work in my neighborhood and finding these giant poles in my front yard. I just cannot imagine that. Most of us take a lot of pride in our homes. We fix them up. We make sure we have grass, green if we have grass, and we do all kinds of things. And we want to go home in the evening because that's where we live. That's where our children live. And again, I'll say, I cannot imagine. My questions would be, why did they choose this particular distressed economically neighborhood? They would not have come to my neighborhood. It's not distressed economically. Why would they think that was acceptable for anyone who lives there, whether they're renting a house or not? You can rent a house and still have a lot of pride. You just don't own it. 78 houses? That's a lot of houses. 78. And we say they made a mistake. I understand. It's a terrible mistake. And we hear how much money they have spent trying to rectify this. But again, my question would be, how long will this neighborhood be in this condition? Will it be forever? That's what I think we need to ask. Just because I may not have does not mean you can take advantage of me. And I think they were taken advantage of. And I know it's hard to take on a big company, but this was a terrible, terrible mistake. And my last question will be, how do we right a wrong? We could start by making West Star totally responsible and accountable. There are people's lives affected. I know they need the business. I know they had to lay the lines. But why that particular neighborhood? I will vote for this amendment.
Chair recognizes Representative Yeager.
Thank you. I am able to speak to you today from kind of a special viewpoint because it wasn't that long ago. I was just a constituent. I don't live in 67214, but I worked in it, and I drove every day, and I saw houses getting boarded up. I spoke to elderly constituents of hers who are concerned about their health, but they can't move. They can't do anything. We have an amazing city councilman, Brandon Johnson, who really pushed to revitalize this area. He's fighting for it. These polls are undoing that work. Now, I speak next just as someone who represents South Wichita. South Wichita also needs that investment and needs that fight. When I saw these polls, and when I saw them every day on my way to work, I knew my neighborhood is next if we let this stand. I know that. I know that to be true. My neighborhood will be next. Many of these people are first-time homeowners. We all support that. I know we do. But they're going to lose their investment. They lose everything. Many of these poles, I've seen it with my own eyes, are right outside their front doors, literally. You walk outside, you run into a massive pole. They're horrible. People are scared for their health. They don't know if these are healthy. They don't know. They know nothing. I appreciate the original bill. I support it. I also support this amendment because I think that it is important that at the end of the day, the reason that we are all here is for our constituents, for that elderly woman that doesn't know the effects of this poll. We all represent that woman, and we owe her something. And if we can give her oversight, that is absolutely what we should do. I support this amendment. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Schreiber for a second time.
Sorry to come up here twice, but I did want to make the point I forgot last time that this is an upgrade of an existing line in this particular neighborhood. It wasn't a new line that was put in. It was an upgrade to better serve the expansions around Wichita State University. So I just wanted to make that clear. I think some have implied maybe that it was a new line that was put into this neighborhood, but it's an upgrade of an existing line. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Garber.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Don't know exactly where to start. I'm certainly not as articulate as some of these who have been up here before, but I want to talk to you about a city in my district, a city of 157 people, that is about to have 54 600-foot wind turbines within 3 miles of the city limits. That's an unregulated utility. And when I tried to do something about it in my committee, no one would listen. That's where we're at, people. So we want to talk about trust and integrity, then let's start doing it. These people have worked hard in that city, built new homes, cleaned it up, so young people would move back. And that's not going to happen now. So we need to start considering what's going on, not just down in Sedgwick County, but in little towns across our state. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chair recognizes Representative Bishop.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We know that there is an extra large need for electricity, and we understand that the infrastructure will need to be beefed up, that we need to take structural activities to make sure that that electricity is available. I would like to point out that a city even as large as the city of Wichita, with a stringent urban planning structure, had no say in how and when and where these poles were placed. So when my colleague tells you that this could happen to you too, bear that in mind. That appears to be the way that state law is structured. Yes, these are not new transmission lines. They've been there for a long time. But what I would say is this is the newest chapter in environmental injustice for that neighborhood. And a different solution should have been found. The word of the week is trust. And I would say that trust in public decision-making, governance has been shaken almost to the breaking point for that neighborhood, and as my colleague speaking for another neighborhood in the city of Wichita, for the whole community in many respects. We need to reestablish trust, and a different solution needs to be found. It appears to me that this amendment will provide some insurance that more care will be taken when transmission lines are placed in the future. And this hopefully will ensure that this does not happen to another neighborhood. I commend my colleague for carrying this forward. I rise in support of the amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chair recognizes Representative Carlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Last year when I saw these pictures that Gail brought, Representative Finney brought, I almost cried. I could not believe that the devastation that that was bringing in this neighborhood. And I thought the report came back to me that yes, there's going to be something done to take care of this, and until today, I thought that was happening. We have 78 houses there, and among the things they're doing, and I don't have them all written down because it went fast, but Representative talked about the things they're doing to make reparations. 20,000 homes, or 10 homes were moved at the cost of $20,000. 10 homes were moved for $20,000. Maybe they could move more homes and find a better place for those homes. And the scholarship money, $250,000 in scholarships, there's 78 houses there. If there's one child in every house, that would be $3,205 per house. That would not put one kid through 1 year of school at K-State, or Wichita State either, probably, I don't know. So it is too little, way too little being done. And I want to tell you a story, and I'm not sure if the other representative from our area is aware of this. But in my district, about 4 years ago, 5, I got a call from a neighbor that said the road was dusty and the trucks were coming by, and he couldn't figure out why all this dust was coming out, and would I come out and check? And when I went out to check, I found a huge 8-foot in diameter pole across the street from his house. And it was within 1 inch, I swear, of the property line, because the ditch was like there. It didn't have any room for erosion to support that pole. And Westar had negotiated with the owner of the land across the road from him. I don't know if it's 40 acres, something like that size. We used to farm a 40, and it looked about that big. And they built a huge substation there that looks like it belongs on the moon. I was shocked. I'd seen nothing in the news about it, nobody had talked about it in the area, that this great huge substation was being built. And you weren't supposed to go there, but nobody stopped me. I drove around. I did feel like I was in outer space. The neighbors were not advised. There are, as a former city government person, I know there are laws that within 500 feet of something you have to advise, and I don't know what the utility laws are, but there was no advice. There was no request for no open meetings, and the county was not aware, and the county is supposed to issue a permit for those kinds of things to be built in the county. I was called because of dusty roads. No permit. I brought the county commissioners out and the county attorney and a legal advisor, and they had no idea it was there. It had been built, totally ready to operate, with no one's knowledge in the official line of communication. So in that case, I know that proper procedures were not followed. And yet there was negotiation to buy a 40 or so acre piece of land to put this on. So somebody knew, the neighbors didn't know, the county didn't know. And this is not the way our government should allow business to be done in Kansas. And I don't know if this will help. In a situation like that, it may happen again, and what you're doing may not fix that. But it shows me what kind of business was being done by that corporation. And it breaks my heart that that I was unable to do anything because I didn't know. And so I thank you, Gail, for Representative Finney, for bringing this forward. And do you have any comments about my comments? Have you have any answers for me? Okay. I just wanted the body to know this was important to me to share today. Thank you. I'll be supporting the amendment and anything we can to tighten up our laws so that our citizens are dealt fairly with.
Chair recognizes Representative Parker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of this amendment. I think when the representative from Sedgwick brought this to our attention last year, it was one of the most powerful experiences of my short time here hearing about it. I cannot imagine what it would be like to have saved money, purchased a house, invested your life savings in that experience, and then to see one of these poles being constructed and all of that is wiped out because of the decision of one company. Thankfully, probably no one in this room will ever experience that, but I remember when the representative got up and brought this to us last year, it was just an image I could not get out of my head. I'm glad that the word of the week is trust, and one of the previous speakers did an eloquent job of highlighting what that means in this situation. I think of it in a little bit different terms on this. This was brought to our attention a year ago. It's stuck with a lot of us. But even after that, I'll admit I got to go back to my home and my neighborhood where this isn't happening, and it's really easy for me to forget that this is going on, that these people's life savings have been wiped out, that they are living in homes that are now underwater. It's easy for all of us because it's not happening to us. I haven't been here that many years yet, but one thing that I've observed is frequently when there are problems that someone's trying to address, there are a lot of well-meaning opponents who say this is not the way to fix the problem. And I understand that, and certainly I don't think it's anyone's preferred way to fix every problem on the House floor. The other thing that I've observed is that we're really good at saying this is not our perfect way of fixing it, and really bad at following up with other ways. This has been in front of us for a full year now. I trust my colleagues who have concerns. I trust my colleagues who had concerns a year ago, but it's been a year. I haven't heard of another solution to this. My fear is that we're going to do today what we've seen a lot of times before. We will recognize a problem that needs to be solved. We will recognize the incredible injustice that's been done to these people, and we'll quibble about whether or not this is our preferred way to solve it. And in a week, those of us who don't have these poles in our yard will forget that they're in someone else's yard, and we'll forget that anyone else is experiencing that. So I'm asking this body to trust the representative who represents her constituents, who sees this every day in her own neighborhood. I'm asking us to trust that this is a way forward for those people. I'm asking us to rebuild the trust of those constituents in the actions of this body, that we will not forget what has happened to them, that we will not leave it aside and go back to our different neighborhoods where this has not happened. I rise in support of this amendment. I think this has been in front of us long enough. It is time to do right by the citizens of Kansas moving forward, and I applaud the carrier of the amendment for continuing to stick with this issue. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Chair recognizes Representative Dove.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, this week we've heard some words out of this body that actually perplex me when we see something like this happening and don't step forward. We hear the word of the week as being trust. Well, how can that word mean anything unless someone steps up and does something about it? We're also in the midst of an amendment that has to do with life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Now, what happens with that? We're good on one side, and we're good on another. If the bill is that important, then why not, if this amendment is that important, why not make a bill for it? Why not just make a bill and do it the right way? But if you can't get it through a bill, then this is the only option that is left. And for those individuals who live in those neighborhoods, I can't imagine having my children grow up around it. And now we have grandkids. There would be no way I could say, come on out, let's have fun. And neither can any one of us do the same. Because we're going against everything that we really believe, and that is we're doing it for our I hear the word our children. Well, that's why I'm here, is for our children. And if we don't start stepping up and facing reality and voting for the common good, then we're doing ourselves a disservice and this body that we lead in every single day. We sit back in our chairs and we look up at this fantastic structure here, and it's unbelievable what they've done. But it means literally nothing if we don't take course of what our forefathers have done for us and in the state of Kansas be accountable for. I encourage this amendment because it does need to happen. It should have happened yesterday, but more importantly, I think a bill should have been put together. But I'll say again, if you can't put the bill together, this is the only way to do it. Now, I know some of my friends are going to say, no, you shouldn't go against the utilities. Well, my utility bill is as high as anyone else's is. So I don't buy that. I encourage representatives to continue fighting for this, and I also will continue to fight as long as I'm in the Kansas legislature. And don't give up, just don't quit. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There's been some comments about what's been going on for the year. I got an update from the city councilor who's been involved directly with the conversations with Evergy. He says, and I went to the open house, as did several of our colleagues, that Westar Evergy had, and they had 25 or 30 people at stations, and they had 3 options, all of which had the same conclusion. We're running high-speed electrical wires to this neighborhood, and we can do it this way, or we can do it this way, or we can leave it the way it is. And they took some input, and the last report back about a week and a half ago is they're still calculating the results of an open house that happened a couple of months ago. That they think that option 2 is the one that's winning, but they're not sure. Nothing has been done in writing. So when the people say that things are the same, they are. And I want you to look at this picture. And black and white does not do it justice. And someone mentioned about wind turbines being 3 miles away. This pole's 3 feet from their front door. You heard somebody say, well, we ran lines there before. Luckily, this picture shows you the difference between the poles that were used for 50 years and the new poles, because you can't see the top of the new pole in this picture, and you see the entire old pole. I cannot emphasize, I don't think Evergy's bad. I don't think they're evil. I think they made a mistake. I think they thought this is the cheapest way to get this kind of power through this corridor, and they didn't think. I think this amendment's a good idea because we live in a different world today for urban planning than we did 50 years ago when they started in this neighborhood. I think there should be involvement of the local government about urban planning, not to prevent electricity from being put in our communities, but to ensure it enhances the quality of the entire community and you respect homeowners and property owners' rights. And this is what this amendment tries to do, is balance the scales. Because I promise you, the family that lived at the house in the picture on your desk came home one night to someone drilling in their front yard 5 feet away from their front door, period. And when they said, what are you doing? They said, don't worry about it. I know that because in my neighborhood, there is a section of town from George Washington Boulevard to Broadway where they tore down all the trees in the easement and put up new poles. I talked to those people in those homes. They had no input. They had no, wait a minute, what are you doing? They just got new poles in their front, not like this in their front yard, but in the easement in front of their house. There should be more interaction between big, huge corporation utilities and the neighborhoods that they're working in. Not to prevent energy, but to ensure that we can minimize the visual and damage to the community. I think this amendment's a good first step.
Chair recognizes Representative Garber for a second time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I apologize for coming up a second time, but I wanted to reiterate what I said. I said 54 turbines within 3 miles of the city, not outside 3 miles or at 3 miles, within 3 miles. Now, I'm going to oppose this amendment because I think we need to work on this. But if it comes back again and we haven't worked on it, I'm going to support it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chair recognizes Representative Carmichael.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll keep it brief. I've mellowed out just a little bit since I was up here a few minutes ago. Westar, now Evergy, has been very candid about the fact they made a mistake. You know, an amendment like this might really be good for Westar and Evergy. It might save them from wasting millions of dollars the next time around. Sometimes the engineers and the bean counters in large corporations dictate what happens. I strongly suspect if the public relations people at what was then Westar had made these decisions, this wouldn't have happened. And so, in the long term, Westar, Evergy, whatever they are this week and whatever they may be next week, after their investors bring the hammer down on them, they'll be better off in the long run because we'll be having public input, and the public relations folks and the governmental relations folks won't have to be coming up here hat in hand anymore because the KCC will make sure that neighborhoods are being taken care of and the bean counters won't prevail. So I think this will be a win-win proposition in the end. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chair recognizes Representative Delberding.
Thank you, Chair. I just have one question if we could, but I appreciate you putting these pictures out. Can you tell me on the amendment, how does it help the existing situation? Is it retroactive or is it only moving forward?
Oh, the definition?
No, in other words, will we go back, if this amendment passes?
It's moving forward.
Will it go back?
It's not going to do anything to help those people right now.
That's what I was wondering.
But what I'm doing, I'm trying to protect people in the future communities because it can happen to any one of you. It could happen to your district the way the rules and the laws are now.
Okay. And the other thing, just, I think we're okay here, but be aware as this moves forward, it references in the amendment the transfer of 69 kilovolts or more of electricity.
Mm-hmm.
Electricity is made up of a couple of elements. Think of water going through a hose. You've got the pressure and you've got the current moving through it. I'm not moving the pressure, I'm moving the current. So typically it's referred to as a kVA or kilovolt amps.
Mm-hmm.
If you walk across this carpet and drag your feet, you're probably generating close to 100,000 volts. But it's kind of meaningless. There's nothing to it from an amperage standpoint, but irrelevant. So anyway, I appreciate that. Some things, thank you. Some things to consider about this. We've all got the pictures out there. I've personally taken drives and tours through this neighborhood. There are poles like this elsewhere in the city. They go for example, right through the Reflection Ridge Golf Course, but they're done in an aesthetically correct way. They look fine, they look in place. This neighborhood does not. One of the other things I wanted to bring up through here, I've heard nobody talk about a little element known as EMR, electromagnetic radiation. The poles here, the typical poles in your neighborhoods for the distribution have the lines set in a specific distance apart. You've got radiation there on the negative, positive alternating currents, and it cancels each other out. It is very harmful to the humans and other animals, but when you look at the pictures on here that we were provided, these lines are not close together. They hang down off of rods, which only allows the EMR to raise to a higher level. Now, I don't have those measurements. I've tried asking for them. I have yet to see anything through it. There are places they could have put this through the neighborhood. I think the rep here would agree to. Right behind these houses is a really nice walk path. If they'd have been back there, it'd have been away from the houses, it'd been away from the people. As far as that goes, they could have put lights and stuff on the poles for the walk path. So I guess with that being said, I plan on supporting this amendment. I think there's something that needs to be done here before it ends up going through more of the neighborhoods. We have gone through several meetings with them. I've attended the forums. We keep saying it's going to be fixed, going to be fixed, going to be fixed. Where is it? So with that being said, thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative O'Hobson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually feels great to get my last name right twice in a day. But anyway, I rise in support of this amendment. My district actually borders the representative who actually brought the amendment. And our communities have had meetings. I'm not going to dwell too much. I mean, everything has been said. The people that we represent are very upset. Some believe that they were misled in terms of what Westar did. When they had community meetings, one picture was shown as to what the new poles that were going to go up. And when the poles were delivered, it was something entirely different. Now, many of you know that I don't come up here very often. And I've done a lot of listening. In my corner where I sit, it's fair to say, all the people who come there, I show them a lot of love, right? That's understandable. And I've done a lot of listening in these chambers. And it's true. We all disagree. We have a lot of issues that we disagree on. Guns, taxes, spending. That's true. But if there's one issue that 125 of us can agree on, one issue, that issue is property rights. It cannot be a set of rules for one group of people and another set of rules for another group. We should be look, like I've said, it's all about respect and it's all about trust. The people we represent ask us that. And it shouldn't be anything different. That's true. Westar Energy, they've done good. They tried to, make amends meet and all that, and I applaud them. But there were some people who actually tried to take advantage of our community. And if there's one person that will actually stand up right here and say, you know what, enough is enough, look, it's me. I just support this amendment. Send a message. It shouldn't happen in your community, shouldn't happen in ours. All we're asking for is respect throughout the state. Thank you very much.
If there's no further discussion, Representative Finney, you may close.
Thank you to everyone who provided testimony, but spoke up on behalf of this amendment. I would like to just clarify a few things. One of the representatives had mentioned that the Evergy had done a lot of reaching out to the community. I'm here to disagree with that. Yes, they did donate $1 million to a nonprofit organization, but keep in mind that did not impact the people who are directly impacted. The people who have upside down mortgages, the people that have to live across the street for them, around the corners from these poles, there was nothing for that $1 million would impact that community. And even the scholarships, the $250,000 scholarships, was not dedicated to the area that wasn't directly impacted. So I think it was a goodwill, maybe a tax write-off for the corporation, but it doesn't help the neighborhood that was impacted. One of the things too that I need to mention as far as I've driven the whole city of Wichita looking to identify every pole in the city to do a comparison. There is nothing like it you're going to see like you see in 67214. These are commercial grade towers that are in people's front yards. They're not on major thoroughfares like other communities or other districts right now. They are right there. I don't want to kill this, but I just want to say that when are we going to do something about this? We have unregulated utilities, whether it's with these towers or with the other representative was talking about the 3 miles with the wind towers. At some point, we need to do our darn gone job, okay? We need to start doing something to correct this. Yes, I know a lot of us, we get support from those companies, but it comes a time we need to represent the people that you stand for. I believe that's what we're here for, and I close on my amendment. Thank you.
You've heard the motion by Representative Finney to amend. All of those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. We're back on the bill. Is there any further discussion on the bill? Seeing none, Representative Cox, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, body. Mr. Chair, I move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports HB 2585 favorably for passage as amended.
Heard the motion by Representative Cox to recommend House Bill 2585 favorably for passage. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. Ayes appear to have it. Ayes do have it. The next item of business is House Bill 2510. For the purpose of carrying House Bill 2510, the chair recognizes Representative Long.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There were no committee amendments. Simply put, House Bill 2510 helps cities and special districts merge by eliminating the need for legislative approval. It establishes a streamlined process for any city to assume the powers, duties, dissolution, or consolidation of any special district within the city limits of the city. Special districts, we need to talk about those. They include airport authorities, cemetery districts, drainage districts, fire districts, industrial districts, library districts, water districts, sewer districts, watershed districts, port authorities. There is a process for this to occur. First, both governing bodies of the special district and the city need to adopt a joint resolution. Then they both need to set a time and a place for a public hearing. They need to publish the resolution for 2 consecutive weeks. Both governing bodies must pass a joint resolution to dissolve the special district. And finally, the cities must pass a resolution to approve any debts of the special district they are taking over. As I said, this bill has been introduced to bypass legislative approval. It was brought to us by the League of Municipalities. As rural cities decline in population, they are being faced with some pretty hard decisions. This bill acts as a vehicle to help promote more efficient government as needed and to help benefit taxpayers. I'm happy to stand for questions.
To speak to the bill, the chair recognizes Representative Curtis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of this bill. It will help create some greater efficiencies for government at the local level, and so I urge your support for this bill. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Bishop.
Been sitting too long. I'm doing some furniture surfing here. May I would like to ask a question of the carrier of the bill. I would just like to clarify that this does not affect improvement districts. Is that accurate?
The districts are defined in the bill itself, and they're the ones that I've talked about.
And improvement districts were not mentioned, so because I asked that question in committee, I just wanted to clarify it here.
As a part of, as concerning this bill, the special districts are listed in the bill. So I would think that those districts you're referring to aren't included.
Okay, I will take that as an answer. I think that's sufficient. I wanted to get that on the record. Improvement districts, as I understand it, would be handled differently and would require the approval of everyone in the improvement district. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
If there's no further discussion, Representative Long, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move when the committee rises and reports, it reports HB 2510 favorable for passage.
Heard the motion by Representative Long to report House Bill 2510 favorably. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion passes. Next item of business is House Bill 2713. For the purpose of carrying House Bill 2713, the chair recognizes Representative Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There were committee amendments. I move adoption of the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. The committee report is adopted.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. HB 2713 would enact the revised Uniform Law on Notarial Acts and repeal the Uniform Law on Notarial Acts, as well as other current laws regarding notaries. Throughout the revised act, some provisions from the original act and other current law are continued, reorganized, and updated without substantive changes. This bill would update existing notary statutes, clarify notary duties and responsibilities, and make best practices such as keeping a journal of all notarizations a statutory requirement. The provisions of the bill would permit a notary to provide remote notary services and establishes the requirements that a notary must meet prior to performing these services, including notifying the Secretary of State of the audio-visual technology to be used to perform remote notarization. The bill would establish a fee not to exceed $25 to be paid to the Secretary of State by a notary who chooses to provide remote notarizations. The bill would require a notary performing a traditional, electronic, or remote notarization to complete a course of study and examination approved by the Secretary of State. The bill also would update references to the ULONA and other areas of statute. Proponents were the Kansas Land and Title Association and the Uniform Law Commission, as well as the Secretary of State's office. There were no opponents, and the fiscal no is negligible. With that, I'll stand for any questions.
To speak to the bill, the chair recognizes Representative Carmichael.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a fine bill, and I urge your affirmative vote for HB 2713. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Chair recognizes Representative Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of this bill, and I want to clarify why for you, my colleagues. It's a very long bill. It's 34 pages, so it's not short or simple, but I want to speak specifically to the change in the procedure for our notaries in Kansas that this law brings with it. And that would be the remote ability for notaries to notarize something when the person signing is not physically in front of you. I had concerns about it at first. I'm like, well, you can't verify whether a driver's license is actually real if it's not in your hands, or a passport, or some of those identifying documents. But you heard from the carrier of the bill that this bill does have appropriate safeguards in place to ensure the integrity of how we notarize documents in Kansas. You heard that the Secretary of State is required within 18 months to enact rules and regulations about how you're going to prove the identity of the person in front of you. It requires that a video be taken of the person who is signing the document to be notarized. The Secretary of State has to enact means of performing the notarial act and standards and a period of time for the retention of the audiovisual recording made of the signing of the act or the document that's to be signed. So those requirements and how it's to be performed by remote signing can be found in sections 15 and 27 of the bill, and there's about 2 pages of requirements that the Secretary of State will have to enact. So with that and with the appropriate safeguards in place, I rise in support. Thank you.
There's no further discussion. Representative Hoheisel, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports House Bill 2713 favorably for passage.
Heard the motion by Representative Hoheisel to report House Bill 2713 favorably. All of those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion passes. Next item of business is House Bill 2575. For the purpose of carrying House Bill 2575, the chair recognizes Representative Horn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There were committee amendments to House Bill 2575.
You'd like to move adoption?
I move the adoption of the committee report.
You heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes and the committee report is adopted. You may continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. House Bill 2575 amends the existing Dry Cleaner Environmental Response Act. The updates to the Act will enhance the ability of KDHE to identify and clean up contamination from dry cleaner solvents that affect public health and the environment. It also changes the deductible rate, tax assessment rate, and the penalty for delinquent taxes. Here's a little bit of background about this bill that we heard in committee that you may find helpful when evaluating your decision today. The way the statute is currently written, KDHE cannot seek out contaminated dry cleaning sites to initiate cleanup. The statute currently prohibits them from proactively identifying potential contamination sites. Therefore, KDHE usually identifies contamination long after it's happened, when it's significantly more expensive to clean up. You may recall recent news stories that impacted Wichita and Hayesville, where dry cleaning solvents contaminated groundwater, requiring significant cleanup costs, and also were a significant cost to those cities who had to migrate those folks to municipal water sources because they had been on contaminated well water. When KDHE brought us this bill, they shared that demand for dry cleaning services is declining as more of us dress casually to go to work, except for those of us in this building. The revenues for the Dry Cleaner Environmental Response Fund have declined, and this is occurring at the same time as KDHE is identifying more contamination from dry cleaning solvents. So therefore, KDHE is left without the funds needed to clean up these contaminated sites. There was a question that came up in both the Republican and Democratic caucus meetings this morning about the balance of that fund. So I wanted to just weigh in on that. We reached out to Legislative Research, and they shared that in fiscal year 2020, the projected ending balance of the Environmental Remediation Fund will be $122,000, but by 2021, it will be negative because they are projecting they've already committed those funds to cleanup projects, so projecting a negative balance by 2021. Hence the need to increase the funds. So KDHE, as I said, brought us this bill, and they worked with the Kansas Dry Cleaner Technical Advisory Committee to bring the bill. And so just to recap, the bill does a couple things. It allows KDHE to address the contamination proactively and earlier in the process, which will save on cleanup costs and protect public health. It also creates additional funds for the cleanup of these contaminated sites. The funds generated are expected to add $695,000 to the cleanup fund, and this would be generated by increasing an environmental surcharge that's currently, for you as the customer, when you go and have your suits dry cleaned, you pay 2.5%. This would increase it to 5%. So that would be a fee that the dry cleaners would pass on to consumers, and that would generate $695,000. The bill also establishes a fine for dry cleaners that do not pay their taxes, and it also sets a deductible in case contamination is found. The bill was passed unanimously in committee without a single opponent, only proponent testimony, and the only amendment offered in committee was a technical cleanup by the reviser. With that, Mr. Chair, I'll stand for questions.
To speak to the bill, the chair recognizes Representative Carlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The member did a wonderful job of explaining this bill to you and did a lot of research to get information we didn't have in committee. But I do think it's a good thing. And as the dry cleaners close down, then their sites are exposed and we have to do something. And we want to do that before they become Superfund sites, which can really be very, very expensive. So I just rise in support of the bill, please. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
There's no further discussion. Representative Horn, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm looking. With that, I move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports House Bill 2575 favorably for passage.
I've heard the motion by Representative Horn to report House Bill 2575 favorably. All of those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion passes. Next item of business is House Bill 2702. For the purpose of carrying House Bill 2702, the chair recognizes Representative Kessinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. House Bill 2702 from the Commerce Committee decouples the HPIP High Performance Incentive Program from the Kansas Industrial Training and Kansas Industrial Retraining programs. It had been a requirement for HPIP that you also applied and qualified for the training. This decouples it. This allows more funding for training, and it's pretty simple. And it had a wide range of proponents, no opponents. You had the Kansas Chamber, the Overland Park Chamber, the Wichita Chamber, and the Department of Commerce all in favor of this, and there's no fiscal impact. I'll stand for questions.
To speak to the bill, the chair recognizes Representative Fraunfelter.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. There's one thing to be aware of, and what's good is that they cannot receive these credits unless they complete their operation. So there's no way to claw it back. They must do their job, complete it, then they get the credits. That's one good thing about this. So I urge your support, please. Thanks, Chair.
Chair recognizes Representative Hodge.
The carrier of the bill stand for question.
Thought you liked it.
Good afternoon. Are there tax credits involved in this this bill?
No, there's no tax credits involved in this bill.
So there's the companies don't get some kind of a tax credit involved?
In this bill, all it does is separate the requirement of the HPIP from the kit and cur.
Okay.
It's just separating the two.
Does this amend the tax code, Chapter 79 of the Kansas statutes at all?
I was just looking at that, yes.
Okay, thanks. I have an amendment.
The amendment appears long. Would you explain, Representative Hodge?
Sure. Along with these developments and these HPIP requirements, as we encourage folks to go to work and to do those things. This is a place where when you go to work and you have kids, there's child care involved. So this is just helping out with the child care tax credit.
Is there objection to waiving the reading of the amendment? There is an objection. The clerk will read.
Page 1, following line 24 by inserting Section 2 KSA 7932.111C is hereby amended to read as follows. A, there shall be allowed as a credit against the tax liability of a resident individual imposed under the Kansas Income Tax Act an amount equal to 25% for tax year 2020, an amount equal to 37.5% for tax year 2021, and an amount equal to 50% for tax year 2022, and all tax years thereafter of the amount of the credit allowed against such taxpayers' federal income
The
tax
objection has been waived. Representative Hodge, would you like to continue?
I'll just stand where I'm at as far as this just doubles the child care tax credit from where we're at right now to doubling that, and that just helps folks pay for daycare.
To speak to the amendment, the chair recognizes Representative Kessinger.
I question the germaneness of this, but I'm not going to challenge it. I just urge you to vote it down.
Any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, Representative Hodge, you may close.
I close and move my amendment.
You've heard the motion by Representative Hodge to amend. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. The noes appear to have it. Division's been called for. The clerk will open the roll and you may vote. Seeing 15 hands, a roll call is in order. Take your time. Going to hold the rolls open for just a minute. Has every member had the opportunity to vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member wish to change their vote? 44 voting in favor, 80 against. The motion fails. The clerk will record the vote.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One more amendment on this.
That one appears long as well. Would you explain?
This is a bill that I put into the tax committee last year, House Bill 2252. What it does is provides a credit for employers that raise their salaries and payroll amounts up, and so they get a credit if they do that up to $4,000 per year, and it's a good way to encourage employers to pay their employees more money. It helps recirculate money in the economy to our workers, and they pay taxes on the money they get, and so it's just a way to encourage commerce and payrolls and get people paid fair wages for what they do.
Is there objection to waiving the reading of the amendment? There is an objection. The clerk will read.
Page 5, line 27, by inserting new section 3A as used in this section. Number 1, Kansas employees means persons who are employed in Kansas by the taxpayer and who perform duties for the taxpayer. Kansas employees does not include independent contractors or any person to the extent such person's compensation is based on commission. Number 2, salaries means gross compensation paid to Kansas employees as reported to the state of Kansas for income tax purposes for the calendar year for which a tax on income is imposed under the provisions of the Kansas Income Tax Act, but only to the extent compensation is paid for business operations performed in Kansas for a business subject to the Kansas income tax. Salaries does not include compensation based on commissions. B1, for all taxable years commencing after December 31, 2019, a credit shall be allowed against the income privilege or premium tax liability imposed upon a taxpayer pursuant to the Kansas Income Tax Act. Privilege tax imposed upon any national banking association, state bank, trust company, or savings and loan association pursuant to Article 11 of Chapter 79 of the Kansas statutes annotated and amendments thereto, are the premium tax and privilege fees.
The objection has been waived. Representative Hodge, anything further?
No.
Chair recognizes Representative Kessinger to speak to the amendment.
Do you have a fiscal note on that?
It's in the with the bill that's number 2252 for this session.
So I'm thinking of $4,000 credit for raises, and I don't know how many million employees we have in Kansas, but this could be several $billion.
No, it's not that. The fiscal note is related. There's a cap to just if it goes up to $4,000 per employer. So it's not per employee. So if you raise your payroll in 1 year by $20,000, you're only going to get a $4,000 credit. So it's not an unlimited credit like we see here in this State House, but it's limited to $4,000. Again, it encourages employers to pay their employees something a little more every year.
And this is a bill that you've introduced somewhere and it's in committee?
Yes, it's bill number 2252. It's been in tax committee.
And has it been heard?
I'm not sure of that.
Again, I would question the germaneness of this amendment, but I won't challenge it. I just encourage you to vote it down.
To speak to the amendment, the chair recognizes Representative Owens.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just thought I'd share the fiscal note, about 61 million to 62 million per year, just so everybody knows. Thanks.
There's no further discussion on the amendment. Representative Hodge, you may close.
It was said just now what this fiscal note is, but again, I encourage you to look at those phenomenons that we've heard is trickle-down economics. This is one of those things that will actually have our employers pay their employees more money. This will put more money into our employees' pockets. So the fiscal note, although it may look somewhat large, it's not that big, I don't think, if we're going to give a lot of these folks as raises. There will be a recycling of dollars in your communities. Your towns will benefit from this. More people will go to restaurants, more people will buy clothes, more people will do things in your towns, and the economies will get that shot of adrenaline in policies like this. Not just giving money to our large corporations, but encouraging our large corporations to give money to their employees. And that's why this is a good policy. And coming up here and saying that it's going to cost a boatload of money, it's not. It's going to get our economies rolling again. So with that, I move my amendment.
Heard the motion by Representative Hodge to amend. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. No. The nays appear to have it. Division has been called. The clerk will open the roll and you may vote. Seeing 15 hands, a roll call is in order. Has every member had the chance to vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member wish to change their vote? 40 voting in favor, 80 against. The motion fails. The clerk will record the vote. We are back on the bill. There's no further discussion. Representative Kessinger, you may close.
Mr. Chair, I move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports House Bill 2702 favorably for passage.
Heard the motion by Representative Kessinger to report House Bill 2702 favorably. All of those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay.
Thank you.
The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion passes. Next item of business is House Bill 2618. For the purpose of carrying House Bill 2618, the chair recognizes Representative Seiwert.
I have to bring these down since the previous speaker. I hate to bend them. Thank you, Madam Chair, Mr. Chair. Hey, I'm just trying to read it here. I don't do this very often. It ain't about deer, so I'm nervous. There were committee amendments. I move the adoption of the committee report, Mr. Chair.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The motion passes and the committee report is adopted. You may continue.
This bill was amended in the committee, and it's an accumulation of 3 years of trying to work on this bill. There was a number of players in it. Last year the legislature approved a broadband task force committee. They met over the summer. If you humor me with just a minute, there was a number of industry people, and I'd like to tell what they did. There was 3 committees broken up into task force after the committee met. Their charge was 3 different committees. Mapping and funding was by Pioneer Communications, CenturyLink, Kansas Municipal Utilities, Kansas Department of Education, KCC. Their charge was mapping and funding. And the second subcommittee, it was divided up on the Broadband Task Force Committee, was the deployment and placement of it. That was the League of Counties and Municipalities, Spirit, KEC, Private Broadband Producer, and Farm Bureau. They all made those decisions that I'm about to tell you about here in a minute on that part. The number 3 part of the Broadband Committee was planning and assignment, and that was Eagle Communications, a Hayes County Commissioner from Finney County, AT&T, KCC, and Kansas Hospital Association. I want to thank our vice chair, our ranking minority, and our subcommittee chairs that met over the summer and worked hard on this bill since the inception of this bill was passed out. They worked very diligently with all the industry, with 3 different subcommittees meeting throughout the summer to come up with the deal. I will briefly go over what the bill does. 2618 will establish a statewide broadband deployment grant. And the Broadband Committee Task Force recommendations were on these sections, grant section 1 and program, a challenge process for protected areas, weighting and scoring systems with methodology for new applicants that would apply for broadband, accountability to those counts, rules and regulations, and report to the legislature annually with anything pertaining to the projects and an application or activity on those projects. With those, the grant would establish the Department of Commerce with Stanley Adams heading that up and did a great job. We worked with the Department of Commerce numerous times and with Chairman Adams Smith. They administer the broadband development through the department. The broadband office then would be the central office for state efforts for the broadband coverage and capacity within the state with anything that comes up. The applicants would find grant funding for the office, which the governor approved a $5 million grant, which would be a matching grant. So basically that's going to be a $10 million grant. Of that grant, that has to be 50%, no more could be used for grant money. The other 50% would have to be the private providers, so they have skin in the game, so it's not just going out and burying cable and things like that. The grants are pursuant to that level, and that would be determined by them. The committee amendment was one amendment, and that was requiring the Department of Commerce to publish a website and report to the legislature concerning the information pertaining to applications, changes, and other pertinent information to this bill. It was passed overwhelmingly. In the meeting that we had on the final passage of this with the Senate or the House, there was 12 proponents, 1 neutral, and 0 opponents. And with that, I stand for questions.
Does any
Mr.
member
Chair.
desire to speak to the bill? Chair recognizes Representative Keither.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of House Bill 2618. I certainly spent a lot of time on this issue, and we now have the beginnings of a very good process that will get us started delivering broadband throughout the state of Kansas. What I want to make sure you understand, this is a statewide initiative. This is not for one section of the state, it's a statewide initiative. There are holes and pockets in Johnson County surrounding that have no access to broadband. There are lots of urban areas that can't get broadband. So it's not just rural. Everybody can apply for these grants. So it's not just one area that's being addressed. So I like to call this a statewide initiative. I would like to also say by passing it, we will also be being able to pull down federal funds that will help us pay for some of the process. And I certainly think that it's doable. It's a small amount of money at the very beginning, but as I was made aware of in Iowa, which Kansas is very similar to in many ways, used $5 million and there were 17 different projects done. So I think that speaks a lot about what money can do if you use it wisely and carefully. This is something that is supported by the Department of Commerce. It's supported by the Department of Transportation. It's supported by the Department of Agriculture, who desperately needs something like this for precision ag. It is a good first step in a very important project, and I rise in support, and I hope you do too. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
If there's no further discussion, Representative Seiwert, you may close.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the committee rises and reports this HB 2618 favorably passed as amended.
You've heard the motion by Representative Seiwert to report House Bill 2618 favorably. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion passes. The next item of business is House Bill 2695. For the purpose of carrying House Bill 2695, the chair recognizes Representative Resman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. House Bill 2695 comes out of the Juvenile Justice Committee. It's a bill concerning peace officer standards, training, Kansas Law Enforcement Act, definitions, and elapsing certification. HB 2695 allows special agents for the Department of Corrections to attend the Kansas Law Enforcement Training Center. The bill would allow the Secretary of Corrections, with the consent of the Police Training Director, to designate a special agent to attend the Law Enforcement Training Center. It would also require the employee of the Department of Corrections to receive a transcript of the courses successfully completed by the employee, and would amend the definition of the police officer to include special agents of the Department of Corrections. DOC currently has 10 field special agents that could be trained and certified under this bill. The bill would not impact Department of Corrections with its 4,300 employees. Field agents currently conduct criminal investigations, administrative investigations involving parolees, employees, contract staff, and volunteers. They conduct interviews. They obtain relevant case information in accordance with rules of evidence. They collect evidence and documents. They prepare necessary reports for prosecution, and they currently execute search warrants, subpoenas, and arrest warrants. Department of Corrections employees currently have law enforcement authority under various state statutes, but do not currently have a certification under the Law Enforcement Training Act that this bill would provide. Proponents for the bill were the Kansas Department of Corrections, the Kansas Association of Chiefs of Police, Kansas Sheriff's Association, Kansas Peace Officer Association. There were no opponents, and there were no neutrals. There is a fiscal note that's attached to the bill, but in checking with DOC yesterday, apparently they won't be charged for the training that occurs at the Law Enforcement Center, so there is no fiscal note. What this bill does, it allows special agents that are trained to be trained in law enforcement standards and techniques, and this is really a good way for the safety of the Department of Correction employees and law enforcement in general and the public. And with that, I'll stand for questions.
To speak to the bill, the chair recognizes Representative Heiberger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't have a lot to add. I think the previous speaker pointed out that the Department of Corrections does actually have some employees in their enforcement, apprehensions, and investigation unit who perform duties really similar to the police officers on the street. Being able to go through this training and become certified as full-fledged law enforcement officers would help them do their jobs. Fiscal note's minimal. It's a good bill. I would encourage your vote. Thanks.
There's no further discussion. Representative Resman, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports House Bill 2695 favorable for passage.
Heard the motion by Representative Resman to report House Bill 2695 favorably. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Ayes appear to have it. Ayes do have it. Motion passes. Next item of business is House Bill 2583. For the purpose of carrying House Bill 2583, the chair recognizes Representative Straub.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. House Bill 2583 would clarify the law relating to the process for a landowner to request vacation of city streets or other public easements. The bill would also make changes to the public hearing requirements for such a process and establish a time limit for challenging a street vacation ordinance. For example, the bill clarifies and specifies whether the hearing on the petition will be conducted by the governing body or the planning commission. The city governing body will enact an ordinance containing an order to vacate if at the hearing it was determined the request of the petitioner should be granted. And 3, that any landowner aggrieved by the decision may bring an action in a district court challenging the reasonableness of such a decision within 30 days following publication of the vacation ordinance. The bill was introduced by the League of Kansas Municipalities. There were no neutral or opponent testimony provided, and I'll stand for questions.
To speak to the bill, the chair recognizes Representative Curtis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I rise in support of this bill. Just one addition, that we have added a statute of limitation on the street vacation so that like years down the road, somebody could not come back then and then challenge that. So that was a good addition, and I would urge your support of the bill. Thank you.
There's no further discussion. Representative Straub, you may close.
Thank you. I move that, Mr. Chair, I move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports House Bill 2583 favorably for passage.
Heard the motion by Representative Straub to report House Bill 2583 favorably. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion passes. Next item of business is House Bill 2540. For the purpose of carrying House Bill 2540, the chair recognizes Representative Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There were committee amendments. I move the adoption of the committee report.
Heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes and the committee report is adopted. You may continue.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, everybody, this is the one we've been wanting, the last one for the day. So hopefully, all right. Here we go. All right. House Bill 2540 would require school districts to transfer the portion of state federal aid that is attributable to at-risk weighting into a district at-risk fund. It would also require them to do certain reporting, and it would require that they take their at-risk money and use it for state Board of Education approved list of evidence-based practices. So as it was written, that's how it what it would do. In committee, this is in response to the LPA audit that we had that said that there maybe needed to be some tweaking of how at-risk fundings were used. And so in committee, we also added three provisions. One of them is the extension of the high-density at-risk weighting. So that weighting, if this passes, will not sunset this year. It will extend to July 1st, 2025. So I know we had a lot of schools that said they would really like to see that weighting continue. So this would extend it for another 5 years, the high-density at-risk. The other part that we put in was we also had school districts, when we heard the bill, come in and say, hey, we maybe have a program that we would like to use, but maybe the school districts, the state school board hasn't gotten it on their list yet, and it's not been proved, so could we still use it? So what we did is we put in a provisional at-risk expenditure, basically, so that if a school wants to start a program that's not on the list, they can get a provisional agreement, I guess, with the state board that they can use the money for that, and then the state board will then look at that particular program, and then the next year they can say, well, we looked at it, no, that doesn't meet the evidence-based, so we're not going to put it on the list. Or they can put it on the list, and then that program will be available for any school district to use. So I think that that really is a good way to keep the list, which they're supposed to be doing a list anyway. And we found that maybe the state school board wasn't doing a list as well as even some of the school districts were understanding. They weren't, because they weren't keeping a good list, some of the school districts were not really being able to see what programs easily that they could use for at-risk. And then the last thing that we did was that we would require that student performance for students that are receiving at-risk would be balanced against those that are not, so that we could see the difference on those that are getting at-risk money and those that aren't. And so that is just another reporting mechanism that we added in with the other reporting mechanisms that are already in law. So with that, I will stand for questions.
To speak to the bill, the chair recognizes Representative Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment.
The amendment appears long. Would you explain?
Certainly, thank you. This bill arose out of an LPA, as the carrier of the bill stated, and as wanting to be good stewards of our taxpayer dollars and wanting to make sure that the measures we're taking in this bill are effective in helping the students that are at risk, we would like to do, and what this amendment does, is have a follow-up legislative post-audit in 2022 with the results being revealed in 2023. I'll stand for questions.
Is there objection? There is objection. The clerk will read.
Page 4, following line 39, by inserting Section 3, KSA 2019, Sub 725173 is hereby amended to read as follows. The Legislative Post-Audit Committee shall direct the Legislative Division of Post-Audit to conduct the following performance audits in the fiscal year specified. A performance audit of transportation services funding. The audit should include a comparison of the amount of transportation services funding school districts receive to the cost of providing transportation services. This performance audit shall be conducted during fiscal year 2018, and the final audit report shall be submitted to the legislature on or before January 15th, 2018. B, a performance audit of at-risk education funding. The audit should evaluate the method of counting students for at-risk funding and the level of the at-risk student weighting and high-density at-risk student weighting under the Act, and how school districts are spending monies provided for at-risk education. This performance audit shall be conducted during fiscal year 2020, and the final audit report shall be submitted to the legislature on or before January 15th, 2020.
The objection is waived. Representative Erickson, anything further on the amendment? Discussion on the amendment? Representative Hoffman?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Colleagues, this is the amendment that we mentioned in caucus that will just ask the LPA to take a second look at this in a couple years after these changes have been implemented. So this is a good amendment. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chair recognizes Representative Nguyen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Usually, you know, these audits go through another route. It would have been nice to have known about it, but I leave it to the will of the body.
There's no further discussion on the amendment. Representative Erickson, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move my amendment.
Heard the motion by Representative Erickson to amend. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion passes. We are back on the bill. To speak to the bill, the chair recognizes Representative Nguyen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Would you stand for a couple questions, please?
I sure will.
Okay, thank you. So explain, please, now that you're going to have an audit anyway, what are the reporting duties exactly?
Well, let's look in the, where that reporting part of it is. Should know. Oh, well, I guess it wouldn't be in this part since we're adding the amendment. Okay, the reporting would be the same as what's already in the bill, except now we are adding the, what's already in statute, but now we are adding an amendment, or we added the amendment in committee that would require them to basically do a comparison of at-risk students and those that are not at risk, so that we kind of have an idea of where the non-at-risk students are going and where the at-risk students are going, and then comparative the difference of those.
Now, for those who don't exactly know what you're talking about, could you be more specific? How would a school district do that?
Well, I think that the Department of Education will give them that. They'll tell them how to go about doing that, just like they do every other reporting that we do. It'll be on the website, and I mean, we're not spelling it out just exactly in here because it. The Department of Education will be able to, I guess, do rules and regs, but on how that reporting will go about.
Okay.
I'm not sure I understand exactly what you're asking. So.
Well, the bill asks a district to, just as you say, compare this body of students and exactly what data are they looking to compare?
Well, I guess some of the data could be whatever the state school board decides is the best data to show how those at-risk students are getting along. So that may be showing how much better attendance is among at-risk students from where they were before. It could be test scores. It could be a lot of different things. It does not spell out exactly what that is. That gives it the state school board the ability, or the department the ability to decide and help the districts. They'll give them what they need to and a lot of that is already data they have. It's just this will be reported.
Okay. Any other reporting?
Okay. All right. Okay, they will have, so it says on page 4, the type of at-risk and provisional education program service provided, including the number of students served or provided assistance under each program, the research upon which the school district relied in determining that need for the service or assistance existed, the results of providing such service or assistance by a comparison of students receiving such service or assistance with all other students, including specific academic performance progress, attendance, and if applicable, state assessment score, four-year graduation rate, and average ATC composite score.
Okay. Any other reporting requirements?
Not in this bill.
Okay.
I mean,
okay.
Okay.
Are you sure?
I'm sure if I'm wrong, you're going to tell me differently.
And I'm sure I am.
Okay.
Okay. You know, we had a very robust debate on this bill, and one of our colleagues made a comment that is on point, that we do agree on the challenges, on the problems, but we don't agree on the solutions. And there's no one in here understands, appreciates, denies that at-risk, I guess we have a duck on the floor, that at-risk monies are important to all districts. Now, my district, some of the other larger districts, urban districts, but some of your rural districts, at-risk dollars are triggered by poverty. There are other at-risk determinants. So let me make it very clear. I fully support accountability. Been here 20 years, been on education 20 years, and I've always demanded accountability. I fully support transparency. We all support transparency. We all know there has to be reliable data, and we know that we all support student outcomes, improving student outcomes. There's a challenge with this bill, and the challenge was exhibited by the carrier of the bill, the reporting requirements. The reporting requirements have some challenges for the districts. Now, it's very specific. And the challenge and what, again, I know I'm standing between us and happy hour, or us and dinner, whatever you want to call it. But if you consider, first, this is, yes, a response to an audit, where the audit did say many districts are spending more money than they receive, and also that there was a lapse. There was a lapse in perhaps direction that the State Department of Education did not provide to the liking of the auditors. But that when you, without, and there's some gaps in the bill, and I do have a solution. There are some gaps in the bill when it comes to the reporting. And it does say that you're going to ask the districts to report out, realizing the complexity of how they're spending the at-risk dollars, realizing that there's different methods, there's different practices, and that achieving outcomes and how they did it throughout the academic year may fall within a program, it may not fall within a program. But that there is also, when you ask a district to start comparing groups of students with students who are not using, let's say, providing services through the at-risk dollars. Now, take a stop. In a large district, you won't be able to identify. You do have groups. In a small district, you'll be able to identify who's receiving those services. I suggest as a violation of FERPA. When then you violate federal privacy, you're going to have a problem. Again, I said I think I have a solution. But also, you are then requiring your districts without guidance now, because the State Department of Education, the State Board, has not compiled a list yet. They have not done the rules and regs. You're looking for academic progress, you're looking for attendance, you're looking for state assessment scores, you're looking for four-year graduation rates, and you're looking for average ACT composite scores. So, Madam, I don't know why you're the madam today, but Mr. Chair, I have an amendment.
The latest thing. The amendment appears short. Yes, the clerk will read.
Page 3, line 8, by striking shall only and inserting may. In line 33, by striking all after the period, by striking all in lines 34 through 38. In line 39, by striking all before the, also in line 39, by striking such. On page 1 in the title, in line 2, by striking requiring certain and inserting specifying.
Representative Nguyen, you may proceed.
Okay. What this amendment does is addresses the reporting requirements. Yes, the State Board has not compiled the list. The State Department of Education has not done rules and regs, if that's how it will be done. But that it will take in consideration that this is a new world for your districts, and the acknowledgement of provisional list acknowledges a test. I won't call it a pilot, but kind of a test. So that this amendment says, expenditures from the at-risk fund may be made for the following purposes: provisional at risk, and all the above. It gives essentially the state board time and the district's time to figure out. Now you have the fiscal note has said 1 FTE on this. So you have essentially $100,000 for a research analyst position who will research, monitor at-risk education programs, publish the list of approved at-risk educational programs, and guide your 286 districts through these new rules. Remember, it doesn't touch the at-risk fund. That's still segregated in a silo. It doesn't touch the oversight, but it does allow both the state board, the State Department, and 286 districts to figure out how you're going to do it without violating privacy. I'll stand for questions.
To speak to the amendment, the chair recognizes Representative Hoffman.
Can you stand for questions?
Yes.
Did you let me know about this amendment?
No, payback.
All right, okay. We'll be even then. All right. Okay, and you didn't bring this amendment in committee?
No, by that time you were pretty tired.
Oh. Well, we did have a few amendments.
Yes,
right.
we did.
Okay.
But you know what? You didn't bring that LPA.
No, you're right. We'll just call it even.
Okay.
We'll call it even. All right. So the intent of this amendment is to do what?
Provide greater accountability. So everybody going down this path knows when, at the end of the day, I spend those at-risk dollars, I know how to compare those two groups. I know how to measure those two groups. I know how to report out so that I do not violate any federal privacy. You don't want to stop this train before it starts. We're trying to be accountable and transparent and correct.
Okay. It seems to me, though, that if we adopted this amendment, it makes everything in the bill as far as reporting, as far as them using the money only for evidence-based at-risk programs, it all makes that optional.
No.
You're changing all these shalls to may.
No, I only changed one shall to
and the
may.
one down here.
Right. But that it still, in every place else, you must, it still says you to receive at risk. No, you know, the same mindset as the provisional. Explain to the group, how do you use a provisional at-risk program? How does a provisional at-risk program work?
The school can ask the state school board, say, hey, I've got this new program, we'd like to use it. Can we use it?
And if it proves not to be evidence-based, is there anything in here that says the state school board then does what?
Well, if it proves to be not, then they can't use it the next year.
Where does it say that?
Well, because they would either have.
Where does it say that?
Well, it says that because they have to create a list. And so if that is not on the list the next year, it can't be used.
Okay. So essentially I'm saying the same thing. If what they're doing is not legal, then they can't do it. The intent, I just said, the intent is the same as that intent. No. Again, I stated very clearly, we all need accountability, demand it. We all demand transparency. The intent is to guide 286 school districts down the correct path.
Okay.
That's the
All
intent.
right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Well, Body, I think the representative and I will have to disagree. I believe that this would change the bill back to just pretty well the way the law is right now. So I would be against the amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chair recognizes Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I thought I was waiting for the representative from Sedgwick County. Okay, so a couple items I want to bring up about this amendment. Number one, in this bill, going back to the reporting requirements, there are a series of reporting requirements that existed before this bill that were not changed. The number of kids that are using at-risk funds, what kind of services are being provided. That's not new. There are a few things that changed, but the reporting requirement, for the most part, is very similar. And they currently already are required to do that annually. Now, regarding the changes in the amendment, changing shall to may, we already have an option for provisional. So if a school district has something they want to do, it may be placed on a provisional list. Now, here's why that is very important to have a list, and it's simple because right now everything is approved. And what the LPA audit found is out of 29 programs they looked at, only 9 of them were evidence-based best practices. Only 9. And so schools are not having or not being provided the direction that they need to choose the best evidence-based programs. There is a list of links online, but there's no list that shows what are our districts doing. And if there was that list, it would be very, very helpful. And the State Board of Education has already said offline that that would be something that they're interested in doing, to provide that assistance. So what we would do if we pass this amendment, we are going to lose accountability. Because right now, the State Board of Education is approving, they said in testimony, between hundreds to up to 1,000 or more different programs or best practices. Well, let's get that organized and put together in a list that everyone agrees should be there. And by the way, state statute already says that these best practices that are providing services to our at-risk students should be above and beyond what our general education students are receiving. And that's what the LPA audit found, is it's not above and beyond what they are receiving. And so the list is important for those reasons. So I'm not sure where extra transparency is coming from in this, so I oppose this amendment as well.
Chair recognizes Representative Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We've kind of got caught up on post audits and lists, and here's the issue. In this state, too many kids can't read at grade level. I don't think there's anyone who disagrees that that's a problem right now, that we have to increase the performance of our students in being able to read at grade level. We disagree on what the cause of that problem is. The bringer of this amendment and this bill thinks the problem is they didn't have the right programs and the school districts weren't following a protocol. I think, and a lot of folks that think like me think the problem is we didn't fund schools for 10 years. And so they had to contract and they had problems with getting any programs done because they weren't getting the funding for 10 years. This bill was a good faith attempt to try to improve reading. It does about 2 things primarily. It requires the State Board of Education to continue to put together programs that are best practices for improving reading, arithmetic, and science in kids. That's a good idea. It also allows for provisional programs to be approved that are new, that gives the school district time to implement them and see if they'll work. That's a good idea. Support that. Where we disagree, and what this amendment tries to repair, is the bill requires the schools to use the programs that have been approved. And that may cause problems because they've got good programs that are working right now. So what this says is that instead of shall use that list, it says may use that list. And as the list grows and there are more programs, it will be more used. And if we keep funding schools as the way we're supposed to, we're in the 3rd year of a 5-year remediation plan to get the money into schools, there will be a better performance. And we've just created an accountability feature by having another post audit to go back and look. here's another thing that gets confused when we talk about at-risk kids. We have two standards. The first standard, at risk, is how we fund it, and that's determined by free lunches, okay? But at risk that we're talking about today is performance in the classroom. So guess what? You can have rich kids who aren't doing well in reading, okay? They don't get funding for it, but we have to take care of it and bring their reading scores up too. So what this amendment does is maintain local control. It maintains the school district's ability to determine those programs that best fit their kids. Now, the second problem that I thought the speaker, a carrier of this amendment, addressed powerfully is when you get into smaller schools. Think about this. One half of the districts in this state are 550 kids or less. Now, if you're in a special class for reading in Wichita, they can layer it in their classroom, and your colleagues in the class and other people won't know pretty much that you're one of those at-risk kids. And I remember elementary school. And believe me, if you're in a small school and you're taken out for special reading, you're going to be the dumb poor kid on the playground. And what the concern is there's a bunch of federal law that says you can't do that. You can't stigmatize kids because they're poor. You can't stigmatize them because they can't read. What you have to do is provide services that improve their skills without making them go on the playground and defend themselves for being poor. And I don't think that's the intent of this bill, but that could happen when you require things that don't work in smaller districts. So that's what this amendment's trying to do. And here's the kicker. Because this is not a universally approved policy, in order to entice you to vote for it, they put in the high-density at-risk money. We have a sunset. If we don't do anything, the high-density at-risk money goes away, and that's $50 million across the state. Nobody wants that to happen, so you put that in this bill, and it makes the medicine go down a little easier if you don't like the other stuff. There's a lot of good things in this bill. Let's keep those. Let's let the school districts have a little while to adjust to this. And if the next post audit comes back and shows that they're not using those programs, if we don't see improvement in reading, which we legitimately should hold them accountable for once they have the money to perform, then we can do some more mandatory stuff. With that, I'd ask you to support the amendment.
There's no further discussion on the amendment. Representative Wynn, you may close.
Again, the intent is to allow 286 school districts to get it right. I move my amendment.
I've heard the motion by Representative Wynn to amend. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. No. The noes appear to have it. Division's been called. The clerk will open the roll and you may vote. Not seeing 10 hands, a roll call is in order. Has every member had the opportunity to vote? Clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to change their vote? 44 voting against, 80 voting in favor. The motion fails. The other way around. 44 voting in favor, 80 against. Motion fails. The clerk will record the vote. We are back on the bill. There's no further Representative Wynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, the new restrictions are going to be quite a challenge to your school district. You probably would want to, they're all listening anyway. You should probably bone up on the bill to provide some leadership. Thank you.
There's no further discussion. Representative Hoffman, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports House Bill 2540 favorable for passage.
You've heard the motion by
As
Representative
amended.
Hoffman to report House Bill 2540 as amended favorably. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion passes. Chair recognizes the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move we rise and report.
Heard the motion to rise and report. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes.
The clerk will read the committee report.
Mr. Speaker, your committee of the whole recommends House Bill 2510, 2702, 2695, 2583 be passed. House Bills 2506, 2585, 2713, 2575, 2618, 2540 be passed as amended.
Speaker recognizes Representative Patton for a motion to adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move adoption of the Committee of the Whole report.
You've heard the motion to adopt the committee report from Madam Chair. All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. Chair recognizes Majority Leader Hawkins for the introduction of an original motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to House Rule 2311, I move that an emergency be declared and that House Bill 2487, House Bill 2509, House Bill 2708, House Bill 2506, House Bill 2585, House Bill 2510, House Bill 2713, House Bill 2575, House Bill 2702, House Bill 2618, House Bill 2695, House Bill 2583, and House Bill 2540 be advanced to that order of business, final action on bills and concurrent resolutions.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion carries. All right. Final action on bills and concurrent resolutions. The clerk will read.
House Bill number 2487 by the Committee on Education, an act concerning education relating to exceptional children and references to emotional disability.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2487. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had an opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Representative Bergquist votes nay. Are there any further explanations or changes of vote? Seeing none. Representative Hauser votes nay. Are there any further changes of vote? Seeing none. 118 having voted in favor and 7 against the passage of House Bill 2487, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. Final action, the clerk will read.
House Bill number 2509 by the Committee on Local Government and Act Concerning Cities, dealing with the vacation of certain blocks in the original town plat in the City of Americas.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2509. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had an opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Seeing none, 122 having voted in favor and 3 against the passage of House Bill 2509, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. Final action, the clerk will read.
House Bill number 2708 by the Committee on Corrections and Juvenile Justice, an act concerning crimes, punishment, and criminal procedure relating to diversion agreements, creating a certified drug abuse treatment program for people on diversion, supervision by court services or community corrections.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2708. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had an opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Seeing none, 125 having voted in favor and 0 against the passage of House Bill 2708, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. Final action, the clerk will read.
House Bill number 2506 by the Committee on Commerce, Labor, and Economic Development, an act concerning occupational regulation relating to occupational licenses for certain applicants.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2506. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had an opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Representative Heiberger on an explanation of vote.
Mr. Speaker, I vote no on substitute for House Bill number 2506. I appreciate all the hard work that went into this bill. I could support this bill if it just improved procedures and made the current law more effective for military service members and their spouses. However, it also implements the agents of a group that is ideologically opposed to occupational licensure and was voted out by a packed committee, so I cannot. Representative Heiberger.
Representative Carmichael on an explanation of vote.
Mr. Speaker, I vote no on substitute for House Bill 2506. We all agree family members of our armed forces should be permitted to practice their professions in Kansas without delay. To that end, we passed legislation providing for expedited licensing of military dependents. Proponents of this bill believe the law is not being followed. If so, the answer is not another law, but enforcement of the existing law. Waiving careful investigation of the qualifications of other professionals, claiming an intention to move to Kansas endangers the public health and welfare. I therefore vote no on House Bill 2506. Representative Carmichael.
Does any other member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Seeing none, 123 having voted in favor and 2 against the passage of House Bill 2506, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. Final action, the clerk will read.
House Bill number 2585 by the Committee on Energy, Utilities, and Telecommunications, an act concerning electric public utilities relating to the State Corporation Commission, exempting retail sales of electricity through electric vehicle charging stations from Commission jurisdiction.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2585. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had an opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Seeing none, 123 having voted in favor and 2 against the passage of House Bill 2585, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. Final action, the clerk will read.
House Bill number 2510 by the Committee on Local Government, an act concerning municipalities regarding dissolution of special districts and assumption of responsibilities by cities.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2510. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had an opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Representative Mernan votes aye. Representative Donahoe votes aye. Are there any further changes of vote? Seeing none, 122 having voted in favor and 3 against the passage of House Bill 2510, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. Final action, the clerk will read.
House Bill number 2713 by the Committee on Judiciary, an act enacting the revised Uniform Law and Notarial Acts.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2713. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had an opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Seeing none, 122 having voted in favor and 3 against the passage of House Bill 2713, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. Final action, the clerk will read.
House Bill number 2575 by the Committee on Agriculture, an act concerning public health relating to the Kansas Dry Cleaner Environmental Response Act, the payment of certain costs of remediation of pollution from dry cleaning activities, deductible amount, penalties for violations.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2575. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had an opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Representative French votes present. There's a button for that. Are there any further changes of vote? Seeing none. 96, Representative Rajes votes no. Are there any further changes of vote? Seeing none. 95 having voted in favor, 29 against, and 1 present. On House Bill 2575, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. Final action, the clerk will read.
House Bill number 2702 by the Committee on Commerce, Labor, and Economic Development, an act concerning economic development relating to the High Performance Incentive Fund Workforce Training Program of Participation Requirements Workforce Training Tax Credit.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2702. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had an opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Seeing none, 125 having voted in favor and 0 against the passage of House Bill 2702, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. Final action, the clerk will read.
House Bill number 2618 by the Committee on Energy, Utilities, and Telecommunications, an act concerning broadband deployment relating to the Department of Commerce Office of Broadband Deployment, establishing the State Broadband Deployment Grant Program.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2618. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had an opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Seeing none, 120 having voted in favor and 5 against the passage of House Bill 2618, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. Final action, the clerk will read.
House Bill number 2695 by the Committee on Corrections and Juvenile Justice, an act concerning law enforcement relating to the Commission on Peace Officer Standards and Training, Kansas Law Enforcement Training Act, definition, lapsing certification.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2695. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had an opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Seeing none, 125 having voted in favor and 0 against the passage of House Bill 2695, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. Final action, the clerk will read.
House Bill number 2583 by the Committee on Local Government, an act concerning cities relating to the vacation of territory or easements.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2583. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had an opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Seeing none, 124 having voted in favor and 1 against the passage of House Bill 2583, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. Final action, the clerk will read.
House Bill number 2540 by the Committee on K-12 Education Budget, an act concerning school districts relating to the Kansas School Equity and Enhancement Act, requiring certain expenditures from school district at-risk education funds.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2540. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had an opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Representative Ohabisam votes aye. Representative French votes aye. Are there any further changes of vote? Seeing none. 111 having voted in favor and 14 against the passage of House Bill 2540, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed.
Sure.
But Eileen couldn't have him sign it because you're on final actions. Just one second. Okay, and I'm going to take out that next one, so you only have one, two. Yeah. Well, I don't have my number. I think there's 36 total. Keep on. Supervisor had it, but couldn't give it to me. Jane, we're going to have 2 more changes of reference also. Okay. Maybe you can just read them off.
Reports of standing committees. The clerk will read.
Committee on Insurance recommends House Bill 2558 be passed. Committee on Calendar and Printing recommends on requests for resolutions and certificates that requests by Representative Alcala, Victors, Delberdang, and Holscher be approved, and the Chief Clerk of the House be directed to order the printing of said certificates and the drafting of said resolution.
Speaker recognizes the Majority Leader to adopt the calendar and printing report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move adoption of the calendar and printing report.
You've heard the motion. All in favor say aye. All opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The motion carries. Changes of reference. House Bill 2229 is withdrawn from the Committee on Children and Seniors and referred to the Committee on Appropriations. House Bill 2700 is withdrawn from the Committee on Judiciary and referred to the Committee on Appropriations. House Bill 2187 is withdrawn from the Committee on Children and Seniors and referred to the Committee on Appropriations. House Bill 2461 is withdrawn from the Committee on Judiciary and referred to the Committee on Appropriations. House Bill 2465 is withdrawn from the Committee on the Committee of the Whole and referred to the Committee on Appropriations. House Bill 2552 is withdrawn from the Committee of the Whole and referred to the Committee on Appropriations. House Bill 2582 is withdrawn from the Committee on K-12 Education Budget and referred to the Committee on Appropriations. House Bill 2416 is withdrawn from the Committee on Commerce, Labor, and Economic Development and referred to the Committee on Appropriations. House Bill 2586 is withdrawn from the Committee of the Whole and referred to the Committee on Appropriations. House Bill 2642 is withdrawn from the Committee on Commerce, Labor, and Economic Development and referred to the Committee on Appropriations. House Bill 2529 is withdrawn from the Committee on Commerce, Labor, and Economic Development and referred to the Committee on Appropriations. House Bill 2689 is withdrawn from the Committee of the Whole and referred to the Committee on Appropriations. House Bill 2701 is withdrawn from the Committee on Commerce, Labor, and Economic Development and referred to the Committee on Appropriations. House Bill 2705 is withdrawn from the Committee on Commerce, Labor, and Economic Development and referred to the Committee on Appropriations. House Bill 2180 is withdrawn from the Committee of the Whole and referred to the Committee on Appropriations. House Bill 2502 is withdrawn from the Committee of the Whole and referred to the Committee on Appropriations. House Bill 2437 is withdrawn from the Committee of the Whole and referred to the Committee on Appropriations. House Bill 2527 is withdrawn from the Committee of the Whole and referred to the Committee on Appropriations. House Bill 2677 is withdrawn from the Committee of the Whole and referred to the Committee on Appropriations. House Bill 2687 is withdrawn from the Committee of the Whole and referred to the Committee on Appropriations. House Bill 2606 is withdrawn from the Committee on Elections and referred to the Committee on Appropriations. House Bill 2519 is withdrawn from the Committee of the Whole and referred to the Committee on Appropriations. House Bill 2573 is withdrawn from the Committee on Education and referred to the Committee on Appropriations. House Bill 2570 is withdrawn from the Committee on Health and Human Services and referred to the Committee on Appropriations. House Bill 2603 is withdrawn from the Committee on Health and Human Services and referred to the Committee on Appropriations. House Bill 2630 is withdrawn from the Committee on Health and Human Services and referred to the Committee on Appropriations. House Bill 2631 is withdrawn from the Committee on Health and Human Services and referred to the Committee on Appropriations. House Bill 2680 is withdrawn from the Committee on Health and Human Services and referred to the Committee on Appropriations. House Bill 2613 is withdrawn from the Committee on Judiciary and referred to the Committee on Appropriations. House Bill 2673 is withdrawn from the Committee on Appropriations and referred to the Committee on Judiciary. House Bill 2719 is withdrawn from the Committee on Federal and State Affairs and referred to the Committee on Judiciary. House Bill 2401 is withdrawn from the Committee of the Whole and referred to the Committee on Judiciary. House Bill 2295 is withdrawn from the Committee on Appropriations and referred to the Committee on Health and Human Services. House Bill 2520 is withdrawn from the Committee on Federal and State Affairs and referred to the Committee on Appropriations. House Bill 2625 is withdrawn from the Committee of the Whole and referred to the Committee on Appropriations. House Bill 2478 is withdrawn from the Committee of the Whole and referred to the Committee on Appropriations. House Bill 2558 is withdrawn from the Committee of the Whole and referred to the Committee on Appropriations. Introduction of bills and concurrent resolutions. The clerk will read.
House Concurrent Resolution Number 5020 by Representatives Reichman, Hawkins, and Sawyer. Concurrent resolution relating to the adjournment of the Senate and House of Representatives for a period of time during the 2020 regular session of the Legislature. Be it resolved by the House of Representatives of the State of Kansas, the Senate concurring therein, that the Legislature shall adjourn at the close of business of the daily session convened on February 27, 2020, and shall reconvene on March 4, 2020, pursuant to adjournment of the daily session convened on February 27, 2020. Be it further resolved that the Chief Clerk of the House of Representatives, Secretary of Senate, employees specified by the Director of Legislative Administrative Services for such purpose shall attend to their duties each day during periods of adjournment, Sundays excepted, for the purpose of receiving messages from the Governor and conducting other such business as may be required. Be it further resolved that the members of the Legislature shall not receive the per diem compensation and subsistence allowances provided for in KSA 46-137 and amendments thereto for any day within a period in which both houses of the Legislature are adjourned for more than 2 days, Sundays accepted. Be it further resolved that the members of the Legislature attending a legislative meeting of whatever nature when authorized pursuant to law or by the Legislative Coordinating Council, the President of the Senate, or the Speaker of the House of Representatives, and members of a conference committee attending a meeting of the conference committee authorized by the President of the Senate or the Speaker of the House of Representatives during any period of adjournment for which members are not authorized compensation allowances pursuant to KSA 46-137A and amendments thereto shall receive compensation, subsistence allowances, mileage, and other expenses in amounts prescribed under KSA 753212 and amendments thereto.
On HCR 5023, the chair recognizes the majority leader for a motion to adopt the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move adoption of House Concurrent Resolution 5020.
Mr. Majority Leader, the actual resolution number is HCR 5023. Would you care to amend your motion?
Mr. Speaker, I move adoption of House Concurrent Resolution 5023.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The resolution is adopted. Are there announcements? Representative Clays for an announcement.
General Government Budget Committee. We're going to meet at the rail briefly after upon adjournment to consider minutes.
Representative Landwehr for an announcement.
The subcommittee from K-12 on the Behavioral Health Intervention Bill will meet tomorrow at 9 a.m. in 152 South.
Body Representative Dan Hawkins will replace Representative Will Carpenter on the Robert G. Bob Bethel Joint Committee on Home and Community-Based Services and CanCare Oversight Committee for Friday, February 28th. This appointment is for that day only. Representative Boog Heiberger will replace Representative Annie Keither on Tuesday, March 3rd, 2020 on the Joint Committee on Administrative Rules and Regulations. That appointment is for that day, March 3rd only. Representative Lusk and Epley for a joint announcement. Representative Lusk has dismissed Representative Epley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Thursday morning
Bible prayer breakfast will not be happening this week, but we will be doing it again next week. Thank you.
Are there any further announcements? Body, may you and all of your bills be blessed on this Ash Wednesday and enjoy turnaround. And with that, we'll recognize the Majority Leader for a motion to adjourn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move we adjourn until Thursday, February 27th at 10 a.m. pro forma.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The House is adjourned.